Good evening. In compliance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, I call to order a public hearing meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Austin Independent School District for Thursday, January 27, 2022 at 5:43 p.m. A quorum of the board, along with a limited number of our staff members, are physically present at AISD Central Office to conduct this meeting. In addition, some staff and guests will be joining us by video. Board meetings are open to the public based on space availability to ensure social distancing and the health and safety of our community and staff. Those in attendance are required to wear a mask and maintain social distancing as ordered by the superintendent and approved by the Board of Trustees. This meeting is streaming live on AISD TV and Apple TV, and it is also being broadcast on cable channel 22 through Spectrum Grande and channel 99 through AT&T UVerse. Closed captioning in English is available on these platforms for individuals who are deaf or hard of hearing. To our audience tuning in remotely and here in person, welcome and thank you for joining us. We will move to the approval of the agenda. Secretary Singh, do you have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Having a motion by Secretary Singh and a second by Trustee Ashe to approve the agenda, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. And the motion passes by all those on the dais. Next is the opportunity for the public to share comments with the board. This time allows speakers to comment publicly pertaining to the 2020-2021 District Annual Report, which includes the Texas Academic Performance Report, or TAPER. In order to accommodate our video conference format, members of the public wishing to participate in the public hearing portion of our meeting called a dedicated AISD phone line in advance of the meeting to sign up to speak in person or to audio record their remarks. Tonight, we do not have anyone signed up to speak in person, and we have 4 who have left a recorded message. So we will now play the recorded messages for public testimony, so please listen carefully.
An ISD teacher for the last 11 school years. I am calling with a comment regarding the Texas Academic Performance Report. It goes without saying, but the Academic Performance Report card is highly influenced by teachers. Teachers are the ones working day in and day out with the students in Austin ISD. Research shows that an experienced teacher not only impacts student achievement, but also strengthens their schools in a variety of other ways. If the district decides to move forward with a 7 out of 8 plan, teaching 7 periods out of 8 periods of the day, teachers will leave the district. There will be a great exodus of teachers, especially those with the education and knowledge and experience to know what this means. Teachers will have half the time to plan, half the time to prepare, all while teaching more students, further reducing their time per student. Teachers will have half the time to directly assess student achievement. If you care about improving our TAPR report in the future, you will ensure that the disastrous plan never comes to fruition. To do so otherwise is ethically and fiscally irresponsible. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Candace Hunter, and I'm a parent. My comments are regarding the Texas Academic Performance Report, or TAPER. According to TEA, the TAPER pulls together a wide range of information on the performance of students in each school and district in Texas. Like all school districts, Austin ISD relies on a workforce of highly trained and talented educators. The current move by the district administration to maneuver campuses towards a scheduling method known as 7 of 8 is resulting in forced attrition. While this move may serve to aid in balancing the budget, it will negatively impact the very people we rely on to improve our students' academic performance. I would encourage all board members to follow through on their responsibility to provide oversight and management, especially in decisions that will directly affect teacher retention, student performance, student enrollment, and equitable distribution of district resources. Thank you.
My name is Cuitlahuac Guerra. I am the parent of 2 Austin ISD students. I'm calling about the public hearing for the Texas Annual Performance Report. It details the academic achievement of our students. If we want to improve the academic achievement of our students, I think the district needs to focus on 2 things. First, ensuring that we have high-quality instructional materials. That means reflecting and reviewing how the curriculum gets written and if that curriculum is of the highest standards. Second, we need to have effective teachers. That means we need to recruit and retain teachers with higher salaries, bonuses, and stipends. We also need to ensure that teachers have a manageable workload. That includes not having overcrowded classrooms, too many students in total, and enough planning and prep time, period. If the district is going to balance budgets, it needs to do so without taking away the teachers' planning and prep time. Taking away teachers' planning time will result in lower academic performance from our students, and it will result in a Texas annual performance report that is worse than the one we're looking at now. So please do your best to ensure we have high quality instructional materials and effective teachers in the classroom. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Heather Chesney. I am an Austin High and O'Henry parent and the PTSA president at Austin High. I'm calling with comments related to the TAPR public hearing. After looking at those numbers just now and seeing the deficits and declines our students have had as a result of learning loss from COVID, I am more convinced than ever that it is crucial to find other funding sources to balance next year's budget rather than the 7 of 8 schedule that is currently proposed. Our students need these great teachers, and the teachers need our support, including protected planning time to do their jobs effectively. I understand that we are in such a budget crunch, but I really implore you to explore any other possible options and leave our teachers with the 2 planning periods they currently have. Thank you.
Trustees, this concludes public testimony. Are there any questions or clarifications? Trustee Zapata?
Dr. Elizalde, a couple of them that testified mentioned the need for support if we change 7-8. Can you share what that support is going to be like? They were talking about training for teachers and additional resources. Is all that part of that proposed change?
Thank you, Trustee Zapata. The first part of, I'll keep my responses brief so as not to have a full item discussion since it isn't posted for full discussion at this time. It is a proposal. I appreciate the feedback, and we've received feedback in multiple ways. Most of them all very consistent to what we heard here today. The team has been continually reviewing and working. As a matter of fact, I think today they even met with some principals to look at a hybrid version as a possibility. These are, again, proposals. We're still in the stages of working through them. The administration is in complete agreement with the challenges that are posed by moving from a 6 of 8 to a 7 of 8. The administration is also very consistent with it. We are looking at as many options as possible to still have a balanced budget. So our goal is always to try to find the support for all of our teachers and to also ensure that we do not continue down a financial trajectory that could cause us even larger unintended consequences. So the whole purpose was to ensure the transparency of having these conversations early on. This is not going to be brought to budget for the board to be voted on until June. So we're still January. So there's still quite a bit of scrubbing of numbers, reviewing enrollments, continually looking at whether real estate and other avenues that were originally not up for conversation when circumstances were different, that we need to now come back and review. So, and lastly, I think even in keeping with the fact that back in 2018, there was a budget stabilization task force, and those findings and recommendations listed the very same ones that we're currently wrestling with, because this is truly right now almost a lose-lose set of options, and we are working very hard to work towards the win-win. So I hope that begins to address your question. We intend to have further public conversation about this proposal.
Thank you. And to the community, I speak as a trustee, we are always looking at what is the best way to help improve student achievement. And I really am confident that our superintendent and the leadership team are doing everything, and all the comments that have been shared on emails and also looking for more resources, all of the above are being done to ensure that our students are getting the best and highest quality education. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Zapata. Trustees, any other questions or clarifications? Trustee Boswell.
Thank you. Dr. Elizalde, you mentioned the emails we're getting from people. I know we're hearing from a lot of people, the public comment as well. I would love it if it would be possible to share with anyone who's watching the opportunities to comment through the form, the budget form, and the budget meetings that are coming up, and then our board's budget calendar, just making sure people know more about how they can get engaged and involved. Thank you.
Thank you for raising that. I do want to remind everyone on that budget form, it's some of our surveys and our forms now have a much more robust way of actively engaging in free responses and comments. And we in fact are looking and utilizing all of them, as you'll hear later on in our regular board agenda of a resolution, and how that feedback created a totally different outcome based on that highly engaged feedback. So we will make sure that we're posting that all over the website in multiple ways. I'll certainly work with our team, and again, publicly during this meeting, want to make sure, do take time to go look at that response, and then we'll be posting our additional meetings where people can participate either virtually or in person, depending on which month it is that we're hosting those particular meetings. That will also include a specific conversation regarding the instructional settings, specifically the 6 out of 8 versus 7 out of 8, and what other options are available.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Trustee Boswell. Trustees, any other questions or clarifications? If not, our next item will be a presentation on the 2020-2021 District Annual Report. Dr. Elizalde.
Thank you very much, President Rodriguez. I do want to reiterate that this portion is, again, a special public hearing in meeting the letter of the law of what is now come to be known as the TAPER report, or the Texas Academic Performance Report. For those of us that have been doing this since there were dinosaurs, it used to be called the AEIS report. So, every few decades we change the name of the reporting that we do here in Texas. So tonight we will provide an overview of this district's annual report. This report includes some of the most requested and important data that districts maintain as part of, you've heard this acronym many times too, PEIMS reporting, and people like, what is PEIMS? It's the Public Education Information Management System. A major portion of this is the Texas Academic Performance Report, known as TAPER, which is produced both for the district, and they're also available at the individual campus level. So every campus has a TAPER report. It's also aggregated tonight for us in the district report. So tonight we're going to preview what makes up the annual report and share some of the major data points. Additional slides are also included on board docs that have more detailed data on each section of the report. As requested by Trustee Boswell and others, we will also have a deep dive discussion into one of the reports, specifically enrollment. That has a large component that affects our funding mechanism, and so is tightly connected to the public hearing comments we heard even earlier today. So thank you, Trustee Boswell and others, for that. So tonight we're going to have Dr. Jacob Reach and Mr. Alejandro Delgado providing us these updates. Gentlemen?
Thank you. Good evening, President Rodriguez, Superintendent Elizalde, and Board of Trustees. So tonight I am sharing our 2020-21 annual report. Every Texas public school district is required to publish this annual report and make it available to our community. A summary of the annual report would be provided tonight. So what makes up this annual report, and why do we do it? Well, the Texas Education Code does require that every year we publish the annual report, hold a public hearing on the report, which is this meeting and the public hearing that we just completed, and then make sure that this annual report is available across the district. In Austin ISD, in addition to this meeting, we'll also make the full annual report available on our website. We will have a printed copy available for anyone at the Austin Central Library, which is located at Anita Coy. And in addition, we will share this annual report with our District Advisory Council and send it to the campus CACs. So the components of the annual report are also prescribed in the law, and that includes the district's accreditation status, our Texas Academic Performance Report, the TAPER, the district's PEIMS financial report, campus performance objectives, and a report on violent or criminal incidences, and a report on post-secondary readiness. So to give kind of an overview on where we're at with that major portion of the accreditation status, due to the disruptions caused by the COVID-19 pandemic in the spring of 2021, the Texas Commissioner of Education assigned a label of not rated, declared state of disaster to all Texas schools and districts for school year 2020-21. Because that rating is a major portion of our accreditation status, the state of Texas also issued will not be issued ratings for all districts' accreditation status. So that has been suspended for the 21-22 school year as well. Oh, I'm sorry, it has been suspended until the 21-22 school year. We will expect to have an accreditation status for the current year that we're in right now. Another major portion is the Financial Integrity Rating System of Texas, or FIRST rating. You received an overview of this report previously by our CFO, Mr. Ramos. And as you know, AISD received the highest rating, an A or superior, as part of that rating. In addition, it includes our special education determination status. And for this year, as we did last year, we received the second rating, which is needs assistance. So the Texas Academic Performance Report, or TAPER, makes up the bulk of our overall annual report. Of course, this is all of the data that the Texas Education Agency reports on both districts and campuses in the state. Some of the major portions of this include STAR results, both by grade levels and campus overall, attendance, graduation rates, dropout rates, all of our CCMR, college, career, and military readiness, all of those indicators, and then a lot of both demographic and overall information for students and staff. So including numbers of students and staff, breakdowns of students and staff. For staff, it includes staff experience. And then we also have our PEIMS financial standards. And then, of course, along with all of this, they do produce a massive glossary to explain a lot of these different terms that make up TAPER. Both of those items, our district TAPER and the glossary, are included on board docs tonight. So in addition to TAPER, the other components that make up the annual report include our PEIMS financial report. So the PEIMS financial report, which is, as Dr. Elizalde shared, the Public Education Information Management System, provides all of the different financial data that we need to report to the state. The one notable number that I want to share for this most previous year is our recapture number, which was $710 million, which means that Austin ISD sent the most amount of money and in between the second and third highest percentage of overall budget to the state in recapture. Another major part of our PEIMS financial report, as I shared, is that financial integrity rating system. All of the data that is needed for that first rating comes out of this PEIMS financial report, so they are closely related. Another portion is our campus performance objectives, but for anyone who has been part of a CAC, they may know this by its other name, which is the Campus Improvement Report. And with that report, you actually develop the different measures, those objectives that need to be part of your campus's report. Those are almost always, they are always built from our district strategic plan, but then they're tailored for that district based off of their needs based off of STAR and other indicators that they see unique to that campus. Texas also requires that we report on all violent and criminal incidences that occurred within our district. So this could include any arrests that have occurred, or also any disciplinary issues that are defined under state law as violent or a criminal activity. Finally, Texas requires that the annual report include our post-secondary performance. I mentioned earlier that we typically refer to this as CCMR, although this report includes data that goes on a bit after that. A lot of this data comes from our partner, the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. One thing that I want to mention is that slightly over half of Texas high school class of 2019 that were tracked reported enrollment in a Texas 2 or 4 year public university or independent college in the year following graduation. And that's about the same that we saw as the year previous. So that takes over the overview of the annual report. I do want to call out that in addition to this overview, we've also included a deck of data slides. And in there, you will find a more detailed data on a lot of these items that I discussed tonight. So the major parts that make up our TAPER report, some of our violent and criminal activity incidents data, our post-secondary performance data, and some of our financial data. So at this time, I would welcome any questions on the annual report.
Thank you, Dr. Reach and Dr. Elizalde. Trustees, any questions? Trustee Lu?
Not, I guess maybe not a question, but really more so a request. Because when I get information through audio alone, it's hard for me to keep track of everything. So in the future, for example, slide 5 of 5, those are 4 really big components. And especially for folks that are, in the community and might be able to just like quickly look at one document on board docs, it would be helpful to have like some bullet notes below that or phrases or something that could capture, because like right now, if you were to ask me, oh, what did Dr. Reach say about violent or criminal incident reports? I can't repeat what you said. I have no idea what you said earlier. So, like I said, I know I'm just one of 9 trustees, but it would be really helpful to have some notes to follow along. So thank you.
Thank you, trustees. Questions? Trustee Boswell?
Thank you for all of this, Dr. Reach. I would love for anyone who's interested to know a little bit more about how they can get involved with that campus level improvement plan and the data through the CACs and what people should look for. I think most people encounter the district through their own campuses, the campuses they're involved with, and what do people need to know about being part of that process?
Thank you, Trustee Boswell. So this is certainly a great opportunity to encourage our families and our staffs of those communities to join their Campus Advisory Council, or CAC. As part of that, so these are required committees under state law. And as part of that CAC, that group works together to develop the campus improvement plan, of which these campus performance objectives are part of. So in that, different items are reviewed, such as the campus performance for their own campus TAPER, these objectives that they need to set, any other goals that they need to set, also professional development planning for that campus, and the budgeting for that campus is all considered. This is in partnership with the principal, who is always part of that committee. So we welcome, there's no limit on who can be part of a CAC. And the meetings are open, so we certainly welcome community members to get engaged in their campus CAC as one way to learn more about their campus. And while the openings on the DAC, the District Advisory Council, changes, they're always open to the public. So we also encourage any member who's interested to join our DAC meetings and learn about the presentations going on there. We'll provide a very similar presentation like this to our DAC at our next meeting. And the DAC also develops a district improvement plan, similar to the campus improvement plan, which is actually our district scorecard and district strategic plan. And so that's discussed with the DAC as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Boswell. Trustee Singh?
Thanks so much for this presentation. Dr. Reach, were you going to go over attachment 2 as well, the data in attachment 2, or is it just the presentation?
Trustee Singh, tonight I was just going to provide the presentation and then make note that that data is available. I do have it ready if there's a slide that you'd like me to share and if there's any questions on those slides.
Sure. Let's see. Well, I'm looking at the Q&A actually, because I had some follow-up questions as well. So one of the things I noticed, if there's a slide on presentation 2 or 1, either one of those first 2 attachments that shows something about teacher experience in our district, I'd love to pull that up.
Got it.
I think it was maybe slide 9 on one of the presentations.
I've got it pulled up now.
Okay. So could you please talk through the slide a little bit?
Sure. So what this slide shows is the years of teachers' experience within AISD. So this is the universe of all of our teachers. And a beginning teacher would be in their year 0, so to speak, so they've not finished that first year. They're direct from college or direct from their program. The next category is 1 to 5, then 6 through 10, 11 through 20, and then over 20. And so this shows the percent of all of our teachers that fall into one of those groups.
Okay. And so I think it's fairly notable when I'm reading in the documentation, the Q&A document, that 5 of the 8 F-rated campuses in our district have a higher percentage of beginning teachers than the district average. And it's similar with our D-rated campuses. So I just want to make sure I'm interpreting this correctly, that our D and F-rated campuses, which are the campuses that have the lowest, test scores, basically. This is TEA's definition of F and D rated campuses, not necessarily my definition of D and F rated campuses, but they seem to have more first-year teachers than the other schools in our district.
I apologize, I'm pulling it up real quickly.
I'm fairly certain that that's a general trend that we also see throughout the state. I'd also like an opportunity to make sure that we compare demographically similar campuses to see how that changes as we compare the whole group of campuses and then going to campuses that may have similar demographics and do not have the D or an F rating and see if that pattern also holds true. I absolutely think in my 35 years plus that I would expect that to absolutely be a continual trend, that our experienced teachers, by the nature of their experience, know quite a bit of the craft, both the art and the science. So we would absolutely be in agreement that is, I think that is going to be a very tight relationship between experience and performance of schools.
So is this something that the district is tracking or is going to try to create some method to bring more of our more experienced teachers to the campuses that have the lowest student achievement?
In reviewing the historical perspective from the district, that has been already something that has not been very successful in the method in which we've attracted those. So the team is having to review what other types of things can incentivize more experienced teachers. We do hear often about the workload of campuses that are, again, using the fact that these are state designations, not necessarily yours or my definitions, but that there is a concern with regard to the workload of what's required for campuses that are in high need of support. So looking at what those student to teacher ratios are, looking at whether, which is also mentioned in the budget stabilization task force related to equity, would be back to, are there some financial incentives that are necessary for teachers to be incentivized to serve at campuses that are having to turn around campuses that have not been successful based on the state accountability metric. So we are still looking at both the support, planning periods, wraparound services, and financial incentives. The latest research indicates not one of those individually will actually lure teachers there. I do have a little bit of experience with that methodology, and in fact, it requires more than one of those for individual teachers to really want to take this on. Things like financially incentivizing are only successful when paired with what other additional supports and how long will those financial incentives be there. And in other words, in the past, some school districts have incentivized a $3,000 or a $5,000 stipend to go from campus A to campus B. But in the process, it's only guaranteed for 1 year. So a teacher says, okay, I'm taking on this additional responsibility and I want to do that, but I'm then going to have to recognize that that's only going to be for 1 year. The other data that's important is to truly turn around campuses. You generally need to see 3 to 5 years of ongoing consistent improvement in academics. Otherwise, you have 1 year where the campus improves, and then the following year, as you know, teachers are like, well, I'm not going to get the incentive anymore. I'm going to a different campus, and other resources may be pulled away. Then the campus quickly moves back into the same academic status that it was before. So a multitude of questions from your one question, a multitude of different approaches that we're really grappling with, and will be bringing forth. Part of that plan will be part of the budget.
Oh, okay, great. I appreciate that. And is that also something that you're working into your strategic plan?
Well, always identifying the campuses with the most need, we can identify within our strategic plan where those align. Off the top of my head, I don't see them, but we'll bring those together.
I
Yes, ma'am.
appreciate that. And I do want to recall, like, the strategic staffing that you guys started this year. I imagine that hopefully somehow helps with this, because there were inequities in our district about campuses and who had staff and who didn't. So I really appreciate that. So I kind of view this in that same category of, like, when we look at our test scores and see that they're down in certain campuses, it's very easy to say we need to train teachers more. But sometimes when you look at this other set of data and be like, oh, wow, it looks like most of our most struggling campuses have the highest concentration of first-year teachers. Maybe that's the problem, you know? And so maybe it's not so much a PD problem or a curriculum problem, it's more of an HR issue. So that's one thing I really am glad to know that you're thinking about that, and would be looking forward to seeing that in the budget. And
yeah, I think the dichotomy of the research, though, which poses some interesting observations, is the fact that if you do compare charter schools that are in relatively close proximity to some of these schools, they actually have non-certified, less experienced teachers and have outperformed several of those campuses. And that's not unique to Austin. So when you look at organizations like Teach for America, those are teachers that, and generally one of the cons of sometimes having TFA or Teach for America individuals is that, for the most part, it's usually more of like a mission for those individuals, and so it's like a 2-year stint. So you don't get that continuity. But the research behind those particularly trained individuals actually outproduce in many instances. So it is really, I want to make sure that is there a correlation between experience and academic outcomes? 100%. Is it a one size answers the question? It's far more complex than that, and we will absolutely dive into all of the elements that you've just raised.
Thank you. You know I did Teach for America, right? Okay. I was like, okay. So the other question.
That would have been why I raised that one.
Okay, good. Because I didn't know where you were going with that. But anyway, so I had another question about dyslexia. We haven't talked about that too much recently, but could you tell me a little bit about, I know that in this Q&A doc it says that we have 123, what are they called, reading interventionists? Is that right? We have 123 FTE positions. So can you share, like, just generally how those are spread out across the district? And
I'm going to start off, and let's see if I mess it up, and Ms. Casas or Dr. Aaron Bowden-Anderson will have to correct me. But so they developed an assignment so that each campus at the elementary level, if I recall, to begin with, and you all actually, I think it was Trustee Zapata when we first started, was then pressed us about what about middle and high school. It's been some time ago, but I remember that because we came back and made sure that each of our campuses had at least one of these interventionists. Then we went back, and based on the number of students that are already identified, there is an additional or an additional half, like if your campus and my campus don't have enough for a full, but they do have more than what they need, they may be a 0.5 and a 0.5. So I might be going between two schools. So it is my understanding, and I'll look for confirmation, that in fact we are student equity focused in how those are distributed.
Thank you.
Am I correct on that, Ms. Casas?
That's awesome to hear. Let me see if I had some other questions. So I know that we our rating for special education dipped this year. I can't remember what it was called. Was it?
It's needs assistance.
Needs assistance.
It was needs assistance the previous year as well.
Okay, and I know we're putting a lot of efforts into reforming that whole thing. So how are you feeling about next year's rating?
Yeah, so
I
do want to reiterate, because you started with one question, I want to make sure our public heard. It's not the first time that we've had the needs assistance. It's now the second year of the needs assistance.
So did we have that last year,
Correct.
the previous year as well?
The previous year, because last year we didn't have that report given at all, but the year before that. So remember,
Okay.
kind of last year was kind of like,
Yeah,
we're in this whole
nothing,
thing, we're not
yes.
even going to give any reports.
Okay.
So the year prior was in fact needs assistance.
Okay.
Then there was basically like no taper. It was a
Okay,
null. And then this year, it's the same needs assistance. So
Okay,
we do
great.
have 2 years, 2 years technically, I guess, in a row, because of the 1 year that kind of we didn't get a report. So I just want to make sure we have that fact,
Thank you.
that
Thank
particular
you.
fact pattern. But I'm working with our team. I'm feeling that they're moving the work. I'm starting to get some more positive stories from our parents that are now saying this is starting to feel a little more like systemic,
Yeah.
rather than this hit or miss. Did you get to the right person? Did you get the referral in? Did the right paper get signed? Am I getting services? What am I doing in the meantime? Is there an ARD being convened? Have we done that within the time frame? So, and even the program that was being used that is right now still in play, our Excelify, that was one of the first, I think that was one of the very first areas that our special education educators brought to our attention, that this was just not a system that was meeting the needs that they had, which ultimately impacts our students. And the team has absolutely confirmed everything the teachers have brought forth. Needs a response. Like we need to do something to provide the support for that, but we also recognize that we can't just yank the rug out from under that and then not have a system. So we're working, Ms. Casas is working with the special education department so that we can make sure that what we don't do is misdiagnose and now bring in a whole other program that still isn't going to meet the needs. So I know that they're working directly with teachers to get teacher feedback on how we transition and then ultimately how we get to something. The reason I mentioned that is that had a lot of frustration. Teachers would input data, then we couldn't get the data back out, or they couldn't put the data in. So it really created a whole lot more work for teachers because we were utilizing something that really was not user-friendly, certainly not for our teachers.
Okay. But it sounds like we're optimistic for next year. Great. I am really appreciative of all the work that you guys have been doing. I know I've been really happy to see some of the systems that are being put into place. I believe that is it for me. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Lugo.
So on the attachment that shows the trustee questions, I just want to make sure that what I heard and what I'm reading, which one is correct. So in the attachment, it says Austin ISD was assigned a status of needs assistance in 2015 and in 2021. The district was assigned a status of meets requirements in 2016 through 2020. So I got a little confused when you said last year and then this year. And so can y'all help me? What?
Yeah, I'll need to go and make sure. I do know that I have, and I received when I first got here, a notice of needing improvement in special education. So I'll go back and find where the disconnect is, that doesn't align with what we've answered the question on. When I got here, I received the packet of what you get from TEA that says we need to work on this, and they monitor us, and we have to provide reports every so often. So I apologize for that lack of alignment. We'll go back and either correct the answer to the question, or I'll correct my response based on what I can clarify then about what we've been reporting on.
Thank you, and that's really helpful. And I think that's one of the reasons too why, being able to get the full presentation, and I know some folks probably like, okay, speed it up, let's go. but the TAPER report in some ways is an opportunity for the district to tell its story. And I think the answers to the questions in that attachment are really useful. I think some of those, it's something that I would love for the board to philosophically kind of think through and continue to challenge ourselves to improve, Board President, is that when we have this level of information, but the presentation is literally 5 slides, how do we ensure that the public has an opportunity to get the information in the most easily accessible way? So that's for future, hopefully, remedy. And the other thing is, so now I'm looking at the PEIMS financial report. So this is another attachment. It's the one that's 19 pages long. And I wanted to call folks' attention to slide 4, and it shows the graduation rates. And this is one of the areas where I think, again, this is an opportunity for AISD to tell its story. I know not everybody watches the board meetings, but it is a useful piece of information. So on that particular slide, it shows that year-over-year comparison, the graduation rates increased percentage point-wise, increased for students who are Asian and students who receive special education. And I'm hoping that someone from the district can kind of talk about, what might have caused that, especially if we're looking at class of 2020. So then that would have been May 2020 during the pandemic, the start of the pandemic.
Yeah, so this is absolutely what we call year lag data. So you get the previous year as part of the reporting in two areas. One is in graduation rates, and I believe the other one is in
Direct to college.
direct to college. I do want to just caution that the intent of this report is, and it was just released for all of us to review, but we always want to present it within the month that it is released. And so we are not prepared to, we have not done a study or a dive into what do we think caused this. So I don't want to sit from a table and just kind of conjecture. These are the data pieces that we review over time and then look for patterns so that we can then align that to our strategic framework and our strategic plan. So when we developed our strategic plan, these were the data that we were looking at as we developed that over several months when we had retreats each of the last 2 years. And we'll be happy to bring that forth. I think it would be at a better time for us to align as we're creating those strategic plans. It really is, it would not be a good practice for us to conjecture without looking holistically, because I'd just be taking a guess, or I'd be going off of things that I've experienced before, rather than actually looking for things that would be unique to our district and our outcomes. But we will be utilizing that, and I do want to I know I already said it, but I want to reiterate, these are exactly the reports that are the first level that we look at as we begin to prepare our strategic plans that we then want to align to our budget, that we then want to align from the district level down to the campus level. So we'll definitely follow up and bring forth some of that analysis.
That would be great. And I think that might also be something, just communication-wise, to include somewhere, whether it's on that 5-slide deck or, I don't know, board docs. Let me see if y'all have a sentence over here. Blah, blah, blah.
I would also just add, that's also like part of the creation of the scorecard, is so that we utilize the scorecard as a means of then bringing you that progress measure of here's where we were, here's what was uncovered or discovered, and so let's connect those pieces so that as we're talking about our student outcomes, we're always referencing the data multi-year and from not just like a graduation, but was attendance a part of some of those effects, experienced teachers, patterns of campuses. Do we have some campuses, as oftentimes several of you asked, do we have campuses that are outliers? Do we have really high graduation at some schools? Do we have some concern? It might be masked by this particular bar graph, that at the campus level we might see something different. So we'll definitely be bringing that back to you through our scorecard and our strategic plan.
That's great. And I'm looking at the board docs description, and I think somewhere in there, there's an opportunity to kind of describe that. Because now that I'm hearing you, Dr. Elizalde, I'm like, oh, okay. So this is more like hey, the report is out. We're going to give you a high level. There's going to be some additional materials. Read at your leisure. And trust that the district will continue to use, as it always has, continue to use the data to inform, so on and so forth. So like having that information somewhere for the general public to know, like, oh, that's why there's only five slide decks, five slides in the deck. Because the other thing that I'm looking forward to hearing from the district at a future date is the student by race and ethnicity breakdown compared to the teacher by race and ethnicity breakdown. And I know AISD has done really great work to have a grow your own pipeline. And so again, another opportunity for AISD to tell its story. And while there's lots of things we can improve, there's lots of things that we've done really well. So thank you.
And I would certainly echo, it's a trust and verify. We recognize you all will be verifying our work, but that, and we should have opened maybe with a different descriptor. This is intended to be high level. We just got this information just, I don't know, was it 2 weeks ago when this was actually?
Some of these parts came in earlier. I mean, obviously, you've already seen the first rating but the taper data and some of that other high-level data is recent.
And so the intent is, well, and the public hearing, of course, is a requirement under the law, but the real issue is, the whole point is to make sure that we at least provide, where can I go look at this information? Where is it available, so that nobody is hiding data about student outcomes, about financial status, about our first rating, any of those indicators, and so that everyone has access to those. And then it really should become part of kind of informing the work, and we should be using it along the way. And perhaps we should have started the presentation that way. You give us a lot to think about, so we'll incorporate that as we move forward.
Thank you, Trustee Lugo, and duly note the feedback as well. We'll follow up with that. Trustee Singh?
I just wanted to make a quick plug for a website. It's called, and it's done by the state, it's called txschools.gov, txschools.gov, and it offers a very user-friendly way to look at your child's own school and their performance on the taper. So if you look at the taper and don't want to read through a 15-page document with tiny, tiny print, you just want to know, how is my kid doing at Oak Hill Elementary or wherever, you can type in your school name, and it'll tell you, and it's awesome. Thank you.
And I think we'll, because it is such a great, quick way to get that, I'll work with our team to make sure that even like how to access that can be put on our website, so that parents might be able to like quickly find it. Because you're able to go in and just type in, like it'll populate the school based on the letters that you're putting in for that. Thanks for sharing that.
Thank you, Trustee Singh. Trustee Zapata?
I think also what would be good is our schools, and I know this is how I started, by sharing the taper report at Sanchez in 1988. And where parents learn for the first time to understand the report. And not only that, the parents can begin to learn, what is it that I can do to help in the whatever area that we focus on reading. It's a real opportunity for the school to engage with parents and to strategize together for that CIP. Because it's not, I mean, I've been in a lot of PTAs, and I don't really see that happening. So, and because attendance also isn't good either, but there has to be a real effort for PTA and CAC to work together and organize a community meeting to talk about the taper and own it together, and not and figure out together what is it that we're going to do together as a community. So that's something I really put out there for all schools to do, and I really will going to call my principals, and I'll be happy to help you organize those meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Zapata. Trustees, any other questions? Thank you again, Dr. Lizalde and Dr. Reach. At this time, we will adjourn our public hearing.
One moment.
Oh, sorry.
We did have, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dr. Reach.
Yeah, Trustee Rodriguez, so we actually have two presentations tonight. We also have an overview of enrollment
Oh, okay, sorry about that.
that are,
So
I
that's
did
the next
want-
item, go ahead.
Yes, sir, we did want Mr. Delgado, especially as we're talking about our taper report, you know, enrollment, as was mentioned earlier, when you think about how many pennies on the dollar Austin ISD is returning to the state, and then what's happening to enrollment. And for lots of different reasons, this isn't about, you know, creating a sense of blame, but it is about creating a sense of what trends and patterns are we seeing with enrollment, because enrollment does generate the largest amount of revenue that our school district is going to be able to utilize as we begin our budget process. And so Mr. Delgado has been really diving into patterns, data, working with campuses, communities, And he's going to provide us an enrollment update, as had been requested also by several of our trustees. So let me turn it over to Mr. Delgado with your permission.
I'm also okay with not going today, by the way. I'm just kidding. No, thank you. Good evening, everyone. So happy to be here tonight. President Rodriguez, Dr. Lizalde, the board. So thank you so much just for the opportunity to provide an update on our student enrollment. Before we get started, I do want to highlight that there's no one data point that encapsulates everything that's happening related to enrollment. So the hope is tonight that we present multiple data points to help you all and us collectively as a community understand what's going on, big picture, and with challenges and opportunities. So we're going to start with, if you go to the next slide, with the difference between, it's important to start with differentiating between student population and district enrollment. So the first part of tonight's presentation is going to be focused on the number of 5 to 18-year-olds living in the city of Austin. Think of it as the universe of kids available to enroll in Austin ISD. We know that there's nuances with boundaries, and it actually doesn't include pre-K students because of the variabilities of the data sets. But the key points here tonight is that we're going to be looking at multiple data points because it gets us closer to understanding, about 95% of the way there, what's happening within a really complicated and multifaceted environment. So we're going to discuss the primary factors tonight, and really, if you go on to the right side, our district enrollment is from that student population. Many choose AISD, some choose charters, some choose privates, and we have a lot of people outside of our boundaries who are choosing AISD. This is our district enrollment. So let's start with student population factors. What you'll see here is, we're going to start with births, the birth rate in Austin. We're down 20% in 12 years, which is a significant decline. Birth rates are the starting point. So, and this trend also mirrors what we're seeing nationally. The bottom line is if the kids aren't born here, they're not likely to show up 3 to 5 years later when we start pre-K or kindergarten. The next thing you'll see on the bottom, and I don't know why it's not showing up clearly on the screen, but the bottom left graph is about housing prices. So you don't need me to tell you that housing prices are significantly increasing. And so it's not showing up, but I'll tell you at the bottom of the line, in 2012, average price was $224,000. And at the top now, we're averaging about $612,000 for houses. So it's tripled in just a few years. So obviously, this particularly impacts our economically disadvantaged families. And if they can't afford living in the city, they're going to seek living outside of the city of Austin. And even if a family does have a child, when they experience financial pressure, they're going to move. Or this might be true for a family that might be looking for a second bedroom or bathroom. It's that easy, then this is one of the reasons why they'll move. If you're moving to the top right, okay, that's a little bit clearer. Thank you for that. We also know the city of Austin is growing. In fact, we've increased 170,000 people since 2010. But out of that 170,000, 160,000 or 95% is above 18 years old. This doesn't help Austin ISD enrollment in the near term. What we're seeing is the number of young people is actually growing at higher rates outside of our city boundaries and in suburban Travis County. Their under 18 population has grown 25%, while Austin's has only grown 6%. It's not all that far off to say, unfortunately, that Austin is becoming a little bit less family friendly, and our suburbs in Travis County are becoming more family friendly. That, of course, affects district enrollment. So moving on to the next slide, the impact downstream of birth rates, housing prices, and migration patterns on enrollment shows that we're down we're down 1% as a region or as a county, but several, and if you want to click it, for some reason, yeah, there it is. It's a lot of our districts are seeing increases, not all. So you'll see on the slide, Austin is at the bottom with a decrease in low enrollment, but a lot of our neighboring districts are increasing. I do want to highlight Del Valle ISD. You also see here on the chart has seen a decrease. However, we do anticipate that because of Tesla and because of the recent pre-K investments that were supported by the city of Austin, that they're going to see increases in our data. And going back to thinking about the previous slide, they're going to continue to increase if our families can't afford to live in the city of Austin. So going on to the next slide, this is not just an Austin problem. Dr. Zalda just talked about how this is also just as happening in other big urban districts across the state. So you'll see Houston here, San Antonio. This is a big problem for public education when we have lots of our big urban districts losing students. And you'll see on the right, this is also a national problem with declining enrollment. So moving on to this slide, we've looked at the declining student population in the city of Austin broadly. But let's look now at where those students are choosing to attend public school. So using TA transfer data, we can see where AISD residents are choosing to attend school. So the blue line looks at the total number of students attending a public school. We can see that this line shows steady improvement from 2010 to 2015, but peaked around 2015, and it's declined even back lower than it was in 2010, and that's this year. We're down 6% or 6,000 students since 2015. The red line is the number of AISD residents attending AISD over other public school options. In 2011, AISD served 93% of the public school population, but that slipped to 81%. Once the next round of the 2020 census data is available, we're going to be able to include private school data as well to understand the overall impact of market share. As you can see from the slide, as well as the previous slides, not only are we challenged with fewer kids overall, but also that bucket of fewer kids is also less likely to choose Austin ISD. The reality is acutely reflected in the number of our families that are choosing charter schools. You can see from this data that the total number of transfer students out, so these are living within Austin ISD boundaries, is increasing from 14,000 to 16,700. And the 5 big charter networks have also increased their market share from 66% to 71%, with IDEA leading the way in growth. We're certainly focused on reclaiming our market share, but I do want to highlight that we're fighting an uphill battle here. As the overall population is shrinking, given the housing rates and the housing prices and the birth rates that's indicated on previous slides. So we've all seen this slide from several years, or different versions of this slide. We've been declining enrollment since 2013, from a high of around 85,000 to slightly below 75,000, where we landed this school year. This is about 10,000 students that are no longer in Austin ISD. And I want to put it in a different way. So this 10,000 students is the equivalent of about 6.5 comprehensive high schools, 9 comprehensive middle schools, and 17 elementary schools. That said, we had a win this year with slowing the decline, and our goal in the near term will continue to stop the bleeding. Got to give a big shout out to Dr. Mays behind me, Katrina Bailey, who started the Operation Reconnect work last spring, because I think this data also shows that when we take intentional district-wide action, we can see results. And we definitely got to win this year with our enrollment numbers, as we've also seen we've also outperformed other urban districts who've continued to see sharp declines in the second year of the pandemic. So because of all the factors we've discussed in the previous slides, our population is changing. Our demographics continue to shift. We're becoming more affluent, and our African American and Black student population continues to decline. I also want to add here, which has an impact, you see the economically disadvantaged numbers are decreasing as a district. And I got a fun fact from our CFO, Dr. Ed Ramos. When enrollment goes down, our recapture payment goes up. So that's just something I think important for the public to know. Now, I recognize, and we'll go to the next slide, that I've shared several challenges today, but by no means is everything doom and gloom. Nearly 11,000 students joined Austin ISD this school year, and we were able to recapture almost 2,200 that had left the district. This demonstrates confidence in our system, both from a public perception. I'll speak for my own parent, 2 kids in the district, lots of confidence in our public school system. So you're probably asking yourself, all right, you shared a lot of data. We know. What are you going to do about it? So it's a good question. We, of course, have lots of questions. We, of course, have lots of challenges, many out of our control. I'll be honest, like, it's going to take time to increase enrollment. But I'm feeling hopeful because we have a plan. And I've heard very loud and clear, almost weekly, from Dr. Elizalde, the leadership team, from trustees. Trustee Singh, you say this a lot. We cannot just sit back and accept it. And so we're not. As you can see from this framework that we created collaboratively with some internal teams last semester, we're building a system or a roadmap to increase enrollment. This roadmap is oriented fundamentally towards how our families experience us as a district and not vice versa. More specifically, there's 3 stages. Explore, which is focused on accepting and adapting to the reality that our families have choices. And we just gotta be okay with that. We gotta acknowledge that. This means we have to do a better job of telling our story and building intentional relationships over time. The second stage is all about our enrollment processes. We have to make it easier for our families to enroll into our schools. It's not there yet. And finally, our persist stage. This is one I'm particularly excited about because this is what I think is the game changer in our system, because we can't increase enrollment if we're constantly losing kids. As you notice on the last slide, we've lost 3,700 kids just since the first day of school, this school year. This means putting systems into place to know where and why our students are leaving. And more than systems, it's actually about instilling beliefs, which I know we all believe here, that we absolutely want our families to stick with us from pre-K through 12, because if they do, they're going to be successful in college, career, and life. That's the big vision. So you're probably asking yourself, what are you actually doing? So let me tell you. Here are the things that we're doing in the near term. So in the Explore stage, we are rebranding our pre-K programs that hopefully you'll see in the next 30 days starting to get public, so that it's more compelling to families. We're working really closely with Mr. Stanford and the communications team to improve execution of our marketing campaigns with a specific focus on digital marketing. And we've created new communication channels with our front office staff, including the only newsletter that's allowed outside of the staff one, just for our front office staff, because they're that important. I mean, they're the welcome mat of our district. In the enroll stage, we're updating our enrollment pages before we can actually get to uploading a lot of the processes, because it's complicated, because we have to help parents better understand what those processes are. And what they are right now. We've also taken a deep dive with lots of internal teams on redesigning and streamlining our multi-layered pre-K enrollment processes. In the persist stage, we're launching a pilot this semester to identify the standard practices we need to put into place to gather withdrawal or leaver data at the time of withdrawal and not waiting several weeks for that information, and figuring out how do we scale that across the entire system. And finally, I'm particularly hopeful and excited about our work with a subset of our TUP schools, or Target Utilization Plan schools. We're piloting a conversion funnel, which I'm happy to talk more about, and a select set of student recruitment tactics that we're hoping to also scale across the district. And I'll be honest, like, I have not been able to find this conversion type work and conversion funnel type work that other traditional school districts are doing. So we're definitely trailblazers, or attempting to be trailblazers in that case. So I've said a lot today. Thank you so much. We're going to get there, and welcome any questions.
Before we take questions, President Rodriguez, I'd like to go back to slide 10. And just for a minute, I also want, since Trustee Lugo mentioned about 5 slides, I'm going to have to fall on the sword on this one. So I tell the team, there's certain PowerPoint rules, and 10 is the maximum number of slides they can have. And I allowed Alejandro to break the rule because he had such important information. So they get a little bit frustrated with me, but I thought I would go ahead and let you all know that sometimes we really do have to blame Elizalde for that, because I'm like, that's too many slides. We got to get this. If you can't say what we need to say succinctly, then we don't really know what we're saying. So, but I think slide 10, and Mr. Delgado gave this presentation. I do want our board members to know, and our public to know, like, this is actually something he's presented to our executive leadership team. Like, we've been working on this. It looks like a presentation. This is months of work, of digging into data, of listening to parents, of holding, we're going to call all the sixth grade, the sixth grade parent call that Mr. Delgado put together. There's so much that's in this presentation, but this particular slide to me is when he brought this to us, like this one kept me up at night, because if we had not lost 3,716 students, we would have exceeded our enrollment projection. I want to say that again. We would have exceeded our enrollment projection. Now, not all of these are under our control. Most of them are, though. And by that, I mean, like, if a family gets reassigned to a different city, right, they move away, well, that's not in our control. But that's exactly why Mr. Delgado's work is so important, because it allows us to dig into, well, of the 3,716, we need to start understanding what is it that is triggering people that could have remained with us not to choose us. So that instead of doing this kind of spray and pray, we're going to try everything to keep folks, we really need to be strategic in putting our resources, especially when they're as limited as they are, to those areas that are really going to give us meet the needs of the parents. And we can't make that actionable if we don't have someone that's as diligent as we're very fortunate to have with Mr. Delgado, who has great rapport and working relationships with the rest of the team, so that then they can work with school leadership to get out to the campuses, to get people involved in the campus improvement plan through their CAC and their PTA, like all of those things, they're all interconnected. But this slide to me was truly one of those, a picture paints 1,000 words. There's so much to unpack in this slide, and it's what we do with this data that actually makes it meaningful. But the way he put this together and brought it to us, I feel that it's really necessary to call out like outstanding work. And we are very, very fortunate that we could lure Mr. Delgado away. And so I just want to highlight how this is going to create what I have heard each of you say. And then one more, going ahead to slide 11. It's not just what the parents are saying. I find it so refreshing when our own staff, whether it is Dr. Bowen Anderson, whether it's Mr. Delgado, whether it's Dr. Anthony Mays, they're like, I tried to enroll my child and I had to go through this many different ways. And so we're like, how many degrees are in this room? And we couldn't figure out how to get someone enrolled in pre-K. And it is and those are uncomfortable conversations, right? You have to come back to your own teammates and like, guys, this isn't working. And so being able to have a team, as we do here, that really listen and then work towards creating those solutions that are actually based on what we hear from our parents is what is going to get us there. And I've heard numerous times from all of our trustees the storytelling, and we've got to improve on that in that explore section. So I hope each of you heard things that you all have said to us about, from your lens, how we can improve, that this is baked in to this explore, enroll, and persist. Thank you. Mr. Delgado will take questions now.
Thank you, Dr. Elizalde. Thank you, Mr. Delgado. Trustee Foster.
With apologies, more a comment. These data are, I would dare say, differently, better, and more fully presented and more clearly presented. I really appreciate the nuance, where we're losing, what's happening with birth rates, et cetera. I also appreciate that there is a clear path forward in terms of strategy moving forward. So rather than a question, just to thank you for the ongoing work and partnership in this.
Thank you, Trustee Ashley.
Thank you, President Rodriguez. I want to first acknowledge Dr. Elizalde. Thank you. Thank you for creating the position that was ultimately filled by Mr. Delgado, because it is something that has been asked by this board and by previous boards for years. And with your leadership, we now have this position, and I'm so grateful to you for creating it. And it's evident that you have been communicating with Mr. Delgado and that you guys have a very clear vision for what you want to see happen. So wanted to first say that because I'm super excited that you are here, Mr. Delgado. I did want to ask a couple of questions and kind of falling in line with some of the things that we have learned as we become more student focused. And so the first question that I wanted to ask is actually related to the slide that Dr. Elizalde brought up where it shows the new students to AISD. And I was curious if we had any data that said why they chose to come back. What if there had been any questions to those families to find out what it was that brought them as new students to AISD? Was it majority just people moving to Austin, or was there, or did something else surface, or was that even a question we asked?
Yeah, it's not a question that we ask currently, but it's a great idea.
Okay, great. Well, I'd be curious to know what that is.
And let me also differentiate the two things that you're seeing on the slide, on slide 10. So new students to AISD, those would be students that had never been in attendance in our district. Now, a large portion of those are going to be pre-K 3s, pre-K 4s, and kinder. So I want to make sure that we're not like masking that we got, 10,000 students throughout all. Now, they do reflect across the board, right? Folks that have been either new to the city or that had children in charters or that had children in privates, but it was their first time in Austin ISD. And I know that, again, we can disaggregate that. Mr. Delgado can get that information. The second green, the 2,276 students, those are the ones that we need to go and ask, what was it that, because those were ours, left us, and we recaptured, we reconnected with them, hence Operation Reconnect. So how many of those, and were there patterns too? Were there particular areas? Did we see that part of the Operation Reconnect actually created some of these in particular neighborhoods? Was this throughout? So this is that, it's getting the aggregate data is important because it creates those big questions, but it's what do we do with this data and now starting to ask, okay, well, we spent this much time in these areas. Did any of these 2276 come from that? Are these students that left, how many of them left, went to a charter and came back? How many left, went to a private and came back? So what we have recognized is the idea of how we gather data from these groups of individuals and families has to change. You can't just have the exit survey that just, hey, when you get a chance. It also has to be very closely connected to the time that they're leaving. So things that the team are considering are things that you all may see yourselves, like after any of us, like sometimes if you go shopping somewhere, you'll get something will pop up on your phone that'll say, rate your experience. So like we have to start thinking in that way, because if it has to be in the moment, it has to be easy. Everyone may not have a laptop, but what our team is continually telling me and challenging me, like, we got to do this, Dr. Elizalde, just about everybody has one of these. And so how do we use these being a phone? How do we ensure that we're maximizing that technology? And so there's a whole list of things, and it's our job then to go and work with the research that says which are the ones that are going to get us the most information. And then lastly, the one that may be very time intensive but is very, very important is actually going back to the phone, only this time making a call, and this time actually having a conversation. And I think in doing the phone bank that Mr. Delgado did just with sixth graders that hadn't reported, and we were, that's an example of we can come together and do it. It doesn't have to be like, oh, there's just no way we can do that. That's just like impossible. No, it's not impossible. We can come together as a team. We're so unique in Austin ISD to have so many people that are stepping up to volunteer to substitute these days, we can call and say, can you help us with phone banking? So we know that we need to maximize all of the resources that you all have access to, that you bring to our district, so that we can create, turn this into that continual roadmap that Mr. Delgado has envisioned.
Thank you, trustees. Any other, trustee Boswell and trustee Ashe.
Are you okay with that, Trustee Boswell? Yeah, I'm sorry. Sorry about that, President Rodriguez. I still had one more question.
right.
I apologize. It's a pretty simple one, and it's one that we ask a lot, which is, what do you feel, Mr. Delgado, is there anything you need from the board in your work?
I think, so a couple of things. One is more high level, so we'll start with that, is the continual push that we will not accept declining enrollment. I mean, that sets, I think, the tone and culture for all of our team, our principals, that, you know, we have significant challenges, as you've seen in the data, that are completely out of our control. That doesn't mean is everything out of our control, right? And so not only the push, but the really big focus on the quality of our schools. I mean, families will stay if they feel loved and if their kids are learning and if the people are nice to them. That is actually why, I mean, even if they move, we have a great story out of Gus Garcia where the family moved to Round Rock and they were sending their kid via Uber every day because of the quality of the experience that the kid was getting at Gus Garcia. So parents will make some, we've all made sacrifices, right? So that's one. Secondly, we're going to be pushing that subset of top schools to create Facebook pages. I want you to like their Facebook pages, because we need to increase their audience, and we're giving them target feedback on because a lot of them are like Facebook pages of what's for lunch today. Remember, our audience are prospective families, so even something as simple like that really matters, because then what I'm going to tell the principals, what's in their control is their social media, right? And I can tell you right now, if you Google one of our elementary schools on Facebook, or search on Facebook one of our elementary schools, an idea or KIP ad is going to come up. So we are fighting multiple battles here, and we need our campuses and these specific to up their Facebook game in particular, because that's what's in their control. And what they post and how they generate interest, it's like that. It's like that's important, and so hopefully that'll happen in the next couple weeks. And so we'll send a note out to like their pages and give them feedback, because that's what we're doing.
Thank you for that. I love having concrete things we can do, and I can definitely hit like.
Yeah.
That's something I'm capable of. And I guess you did bring up an interesting point. I think that many times we are challenged by the fact that we don't necessarily have a marketing budget, if you will, a marketing type of money that maybe an idea or a KIP has that allows them to advertise in different ways, if you will. And so are there other alternatives, since we know that we have a very tight budget and that we want our funds focused on our students and staff? What do you have any thoughts on how we can be creative about that? And I'm thinking the Facebook is one of them, the social media is one of them. Are there other things that we could do as a board to help with that piece?
Get the word out. Talk to people when you're at the grocery store. One of the things that we're working on is, like I mentioned, this conversion funnel. So we need to be. So let me just tell you where charters have an advantage over us, because you have to apply to a lottery. That gets your name in the system. That doesn't mean you're enrolled. That just means it gets your name. So now they have your information in the system, so they can build a relationship over time. And so one of the things we're building is just a simple interest form, because it's kind of like when someone goes to your door to, vote for a candidate, they're just getting your information. They're not asking you to vote on the spot. And so we are trying to mimic a system like that to build intentional relations over time, because the traditional approach right now is come to your door, you're going to come register, right? But families aren't ready. We're not honoring their decision making. with the decisions they have to make about school. So let's get their information, and let's be really intentional about how we build relationships over time. And then when we're ready and the family's ready, we're like, hey, come register for us. Right? And then they had to know what our curriculum is like. They meet our principal. They know our teachers. And you're probably more likely to get them to stay. And traditional districts are not set up that way, right? So we are trying to transform the system here and mimic a little bit about what that charters have an advantage. So to that point, it's send them to the schools, right? Like go visit the school, and hopefully they're not asked immediately, come register. Right? It's like, oh, great. Hope to see you again in a week. We're going to have a coffee or a principal coffee. Like, that's the thing that we're trying to build. And, you know, just if you're married, like, you're not going to get married after the first date, right? Like, there's a courting process here that we need to build culturally as a system. That I think if we can accomplish at scale, which is going to be hard because it's just we're not used to doing that. I think can see results. And really at the foundation of that is the building relationships with families.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Boswell.
Yes, I want to add my thanks to Trustee Ashes, to you, Dr. Elizalde, for creating this position. I think there have been trustees for a long time, teachers and staff for a long time, people in the community for a long time who really wanted this and seen the potential of this. And I really am deeply grateful to you. I think a lot of people are for creating this and seeing the potential and really investing in this, and for choosing Mr. Delgado to lead it, because I think there's a huge amount here. So I think we can't say that enough, that this matters in really deep ways. And thank you for that. And I want to thank you, Mr. Delgado, for this presentation. And also I know that you see the data in the big trends, and you see every single number, the people who are choosing us and the people who are choosing something else as individual people with individual stories. And that it needs to be both. And I've seen that in action and really believe that that's how we get where we need to be. And I know you do too. So thank you for that. I'm super curious about your conversion funnel. I've heard, I think, a little bit about it, and kind of what more should we be looking for, and how can the community support that process? Because I know that the TUP schools have been identified for a long time and not felt super supported. And it sounds like there's a really good strategy now for making that real. And so I would just love to hear anything you have to share about that. And then I have one more question.
Yes. So we're in, and one thing you'll see in the experience framework, the family experience framework, is just the green line around equity. So we're actually prioritizing our lowest enrolled TUP schools. We have currently 58 schools on our TUP schools, which is more than half of it's almost half of actually it's more than half of our total number of schools. So that means about half are under-enrolled or not meeting the capacity. So we've made the decision to pilot with our lowest 13 enrolled schools. And so that's us also living out the spirit of equity, right? And the other reason why is that, we're creating a plan together. That the goal here is that we can practice these different recruitment tactics, practice creating how does this work with a conversion funnel, with these smallest schools, that we're developing a student recruitment playbook that we can then roll out across the district. But I'll give you a preview. So our kickoff was actually Monday, and the pre-work was just create your Facebook page, right? And then in February, we have another check-in when this is all with principals and their EDs. This is the actual, I want to highlight this, the partnership with the school leadership team is absolutely critical. Because it's the most critical relationship here, because they support the campus principals and the teachers. And they've been big supporters. But in February, we're going to then we're going to start from awareness to interest. So how do you move people from I'm interested in Campbell, I know that Campbell exists, to I'm interested. So that's getting their information, right? And then what are all the tactics to get there? So we're going to focus on tours. We're going to focus on campus websites. We're going to focus on just like tabling, like that really matters. March, we're going to focus on keeping our current kids. So persistence, because there are some schools that have a lot of transfer students. Those are your persistence risks, right? The parents are just tied there because they like it, but they don't live there. So schools have to know their data really well. And then March, we're going to do a step back on our data to see how much are we actually increasing or not. And then we're going to create a plan for the summer. Because one thing that I think is we're trying to clarify as a system is the difference between registration and enrollment. Registration is just telling us you're interested because you're submitting your paperwork. You don't enroll till you show up on the first day of school. So there has to be a really intentional family onboarding through the summer to get families to show up on the first day of school. So that's just a preview of kind of what we're working on. And thankfully, these schools, the principals have been great and have actually opted in to this. And we're actually using our ESSER funding to provide lots of financial resources and support and supplemental pay and marketing, et cetera, to support these schools.
Fantastic. It's exciting to see where that leads. I want to be sure that people are really clear on why under-enrollment at individual campuses is not an individual campus problem. It's something that impacts everyone in the district, no matter which school you're associated with. Can you share a little bit more about that, kind of why this is something we all need to really get behind and support, and why it benefits every campus to get this right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I'll use some of the data from the slide 10, or the number of leavers. There's not one campus that has, hundreds of leavers. So you're not seeing that anywhere across the system. But a few kids here, a few kids there, times 116 campuses adds up. And we're a school system. We're not a system of schools. So even though you might have over-enrolled schools at some schools in different parts of the city, it impacts the bottom line of overall enrollment. It also just sets the narrative, right? That we're declining enrollment in AISD. And some communities don't feel that, but we're a school system. And so it does matter. And it also goes to the point culturally that we all own enrollment, from the custodian all the way to Dr. Zalde, to you all. And that doesn't mean knocking on doors or asking, it actually just means be the best teacher you can be because you believe in those families and those kids. That's what matters. So, yeah.
And I would add resource allocation. Mm-hmm. So enrollment matters at any school, whether you're the over-enrolled or under-enrolled, because if you are under-enrolled, then we also know our resource allocation isn't benefiting all of the students in the entire school system, because we still have to provide services to a school that has less than optimal students. And so either we're making it harder on a teacher because they're doing part-time here and part-time there. And then so teachers then also have to ask, am I going to stay here and be part-time at this school and part-time at that school? Or do I go to a different district where I'm just going to be at one school full-time? So that may not seem like it's affecting me if I'm at a different campus, but it does, because now we lost another great teacher. I'm also not getting all of the resources throughout the entire district, because the cost per student at that school goes up because we still have to have a principal. So whether I have a principal and we have 500 students, or whether I have a principal and I have 250 students, I don't pay the principal based on the number of students. I'm like, oh, we're only gonna make half because you have 250 students. We don't do that to teachers. They're in a classroom that I have first grade and I have 13 students in this classroom at this school. The teacher's salary isn't half, but we're only gonna generate essentially half of the money necessary to pay his or her salary, which affects the entire school. And then lastly, I want to reiterate the recapture portion, because when we don't meet our enrollment number, it doesn't matter where that is at the campus level. As a district, that means more pennies per dollar are going back to recapture every time we don't meet our enrollment, which means every school in our district is going to be affected. Every teacher in our district is going to be affected when we don't meet our enrollment projections that we utilize to generate our proposed revenue. And so it's not a fun fact that 53 cents out of every dollar, but it is a fact that 53 cents out of every dollar is going back into the recapture finance system of the state, which none of us are philosophically opposed to a an understanding that dollars are being reallocated to students of need. But the intent of recapture was never to have school districts like Austin ISD that do serve more than 50% economically disadvantaged students to not have the funds to support the additional resources that are needed. And so I think the system was designed with the right intent, but like many things in actual practice, it's not creating the outcomes that it was once intended to do. So enrollment affects recapture, which affects every single school.
Good, thank you both for that. I really appreciate that. And one more bit of praise for really listening to what people were saying about the difficulty of enrollment and hearing those voices. Because I think those voices have been there and haven't been heard. So thank you for really listening and using that. And then I have one more just thought, really for my colleagues, and seeing the numbers of declining young children, people under 18 in Austin, and just kind of what we can do as a city, not just the school district, but the city council, the county commissioners, the business community, to remain a city where families are able to live, where families choose to live, with many different kinds of housing, with some affordable housing, with family-friendly multifamily housing, maybe family-friendly high-rise housing in areas where that's being done. There are lots of families and lots of cities who live that way, and kind of what we, just the long-term thinking of how we don't become in San Francisco where it's, only multimillionaire young people, and how we remain a city that's got a rich, vibrant mix that includes children. So that's more just I want to think about that with you and imagine that with you. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Boswell. We might even bring that up at our joint subcommittee meeting on tomorrow. Trustee Singh.
Awesome presentation. Thank you, Alejandra. This is like one of the best I've seen, and there's just so much packed in your 11 slides. So thank you. And you answered one of the questions that was on my mind, which is related to our scorecard, which is what is our market share right now? And I think we have part of that answer is 80%, at least of the public school students. So that's good to have that knowledge. So thank you. And I just wanted to give a shout out to folks, thanks for expanding on the whole recapture thing, because, and I would just want to add to that, is not only does our declining enrollment increase our recapture amount, but we're paying for the very charter schools that we're sort of competing against. And so y'all need to help us advocate. We do have a full-time staff person. I know also Dr. Reach as well. We have an office here that does legislative advocacy. I know the Austin Council PTAs does legislative advocacy. So there are lots of ways for y'all to get involved to help ensure that we have equitable funding for our school district. So thanks.
Thank you, trustees. Other questions? Trustee Lugo, and then Trustee Zapata, and then Trustee Lugo.
Thank you. I've learned a lot tonight. Thank you. Really enjoy your presentation. When you talked about you increased communication, what does that mean? You said with front office. Can you explain that?
Yes, ma'am. So one of the things that I realized last semester is that I had not. So the front office they're so important. I mean, they're also the heroes of our schools. Our clerks, our PSSs, our business clerks, our admins who often admin assistants who often play that role, and in a big district, it's tough to get information out and to cascade information down. To make sure that they know sometimes the most important information, because parents are talking to them every day. And so we identified, myself, the school leadership team, our technology team, communication, all of us, that we need to find a clear communication channel for our front office staff. So there's two things that we've done this semester that we've launched. So one is the newsletter, and I know it sounds simple, but it actually is. It's important that we have one clear communication for all of our front office staff. So we've started a newsletter, Evelyn Bocanegra was our first shout out from Jordan Elementary. She actually publicly did helped out one of her colleagues from Cassis. And, well, it's actually three things. So one is we held one of their first trainings for all front office staff on January 4th. So we did that in collaboration with the human capital team. Secondly, we created a front office newsletter that we're sending monthly. And the cadence of communication here is first week, and I'm just giving you lots of details because we're trying to be really intentional. So first week of the month, internal team, central office team gets together and says, what do front office staff need to know? That then goes to a newsletter the second week. That newsletter then goes to the principals in our principal weekly, so that principals know what we're communicating to front office staff. And in the fourth week, which is this week, we had our first call. So that's where we reinforce things verbally if we have to, or we give shout outs, we create community. So we're doing that every month to increase communication. There certainly continues to be areas that we need to improve on there, but we're really trying to shift to be really intentional with their communication and acknowledging that they are super key to enrollment. The front office is super critical to enrollment. So that's what we're doing, Trustee Zapata.
Okay, all right. So I just wanted to clarify. So that's campus
Campus front office staff, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so the teachers are, one thing I've heard before from teachers is that it would be helpful for them to know what parent communication, what they're getting, because they come and ask the teacher and the teacher doesn't know what they're talking about. So to keep them all in the same loop so that wherever the parent has to question, that there's somebody that's going to be able to respond. And I've said this before, is the environment. I've talked to many parents, mostly Spanish-speaking parents, who have said they have left because people refuse to speak Spanish. Say, we don't speak Spanish here. We're an English-speaking school. And so that's an issue. And so if that can be communicated, to respect people where they are and to help them with what they need. And so I've had a lot of those stories. So you look at the charter schools, there's going to be high Spanish speakers because they said they are not respected. Just the welcoming, that the campus, again, the environment, that it's a welcoming, they feel it when they come in. And there's still need to addressing that in campuses. So I think to be able to communicate information but it's the way it's communicated and the way they receive the parents or anyone that comes in that office. So I just wanted to share that with you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for
Because I
sharing.
think those are very important pieces that need to be addressed as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias, Ofelia. Trustee Lugo?
Sorry, I'm thinking about what Trustee Zapata just shared, and I'm a little befuddled by that. But I'm trying to think through, well, I wonder if it might have been, I don't speak, like the person at the front desk was like, I don't speak Spanish, not we don't speak Spanish. You know what I mean? So it would be interesting to kind of do some sort of qualitative.
I've been there when they said we don't speak Spanish.
Okay, sorry. Okay. So my question for Mr. Delgado, so earlier in the presentation, you talked a little bit about how you and Dr. Mays and I believe other folks in administration have really helped inform, and Dr. Elizalde, you even shared that as well, how it's really been a team effort. And so can you kind of rewind and share just another snippet of, for anyone who might think, oh, well, you guys are just talking about enrollment, why aren't you talking about how students are reading or, what we're doing to improve other services? And, I think sometimes, certainly, this is, there was a time when I thought, why are we talking about, brochures? We should be talking about improving the fundamentals of how students are taught and and what that looks like. So can you just kind of rewind and refocus on that piece? Because I think that's really important, that you're not just looking at how do we get butts in seats, but really like, what does that experience look like for families, for students? When we're looking at, who's at the front desk, or, do families feel welcomed? Acknowledging that it's not just a matter of knowing what to say or how to say it, but they're able to communicate a welcoming vibe because there's the morale at the campus level. So could you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, what I appreciate is when I interviewed for this job, they asked me questions about how I think we're going to get there at enrollment, and I told them it's not about marketing communications. And I was right after I said that, I was like, oh my gosh, I'm not going to get hired. But it's because there's vision alignment that it's how our families and students are treated, and how they feel. And are our students learning? Am I feeling that my kid is learning? That my child is learning? I'm okay with perhaps not the school not looking as pretty as a charter school, but my kid is learning, and the teacher is calling me, and the principal knows my name. I just had a parent meeting last week with the AP, the teacher, and our campus principal, and I've told my wife, they all know our son's names, right? Like that, and that really matters. And I would say from our team perspective, like, we believe that. And that's why, like, the work that Ms. Casas, that Dr. Mays here are doing around school improvement and supporting our special education students, et cetera, is actually what's going to increase enrollment. And I also oversee family engagement, and I tell the PSSs and our team all the time, I'm not going to ask you to like phone bank every single day to recruit kids. I actually just need you to do your job really, really well and authentically engage families. You do that, that's the theory of change. You do family engagement really well, kids are going to want to stay. Their families are going to want to stay. And so that's the connection that I actually really appreciate being in this district right now, is that there is, I think, a belief that when we provide the best schools in the country, our families will stay. And where we don't, let's improve them. And so that's the answer.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Lugo. Trustees, any other? Trustee Zapata.
I was going to mention, just comment that if we can get, AISD has a committee that meets with the city and the county, and I would go after the city and ask them if we can publicize in the buses, and to put a number of people could call in, because they can do that, and that would really get the word out about AISD. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Zapata. I think Trustee Boswell, Trustee Lugo, and myself are attending that meeting tomorrow, and we will carry your message. Any other questions, trustees? So just a few comments. One is, we were scheduled for this particular portion for 30 minutes, and we've gone exactly 1 hour and 50 minutes. I want to thank you for all that dialogue and engagement, because it's very much worth spending the time in doing this. You all went through everything from appreciating the systemic approach to enrollment, to raising up implicit bias issues, having the discussion about recapture impact, using data to drive the actions, and then having high expectations of a family experience that really shows that we are one school district, not a district of schools. So I really appreciate all of the engagement and discussions. Very much well worth having it. Dr. Izalde, Alejandro, Dr. Jacob, Dr. Reach, thank you very much for all your engagement as well, and to all the team as well for all their work. At this time, we're going to adjourn this public hearing and then take a short break, about 5 minutes, and then return to the open regular voting meeting. Secretary Singh, do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
Is there a second? Having a motion by Secretary Singh and a second by Trustee Zapata to adjourn, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. And the motion passes by all those on the dais. The meeting is now adjourned at 7:31 p.m. Good evening. We are back. In compliance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, I call to order a regular voting meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Austin Independent School District for Thursday, January 27th, 2022 at 7:43 p.m. A quorum of the board, along with a limited number of our staff members, are physically present at AISD Central Office to conduct this meeting. In addition, some staff and guests may be joining us by video. Board meetings are open to the public based on space availability to ensure social distancing and the health and safety of our community and staff. Those in attendance are required to wear a mask and maintain social distancing as ordered by the superintendent and approved by the Board of Trustees. This meeting is streaming live on AISD TV and Apple TV. It's also being broadcast on cable channel 22 through Spectrum Grande and channel 99 through AT&T Uverse. Closed captioning in English is available on these platforms for individuals who are deaf or hard of hearing. And to our audience tuning in remotely and here in person, welcome back and thank you for joining us. We will move to the approval of the agenda. Secretary Singh, do you have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Oh, sorry. Having a motion by Secretary Singh and a second by Trustee Ashe to approve the agenda, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. And the motion passes by all those on the dais. Secretary Singh, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and the pledge to the Texas flag?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Con lealtad a la bandera de los Estados Unidos de América y a la república que representa una nación bajo Dios, indivisible, con libertad y justicia para todos. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Honro la bandera de Texas, te juro lealtad, Texas, un estado bajo Dios, único e indivisible.
Thank you. We will now move to our game changer item, which is our opportunity to recognize and observe important items happening in AISD and our nation. Dr. Lizalde, would you please introduce our game changer items?
Certainly. First and foremost, January is School Board Recognition Month, where we get to thank our trustees for all the hard work they do for our students and our staff. In Texas, a not so fun fact is a school board trustee is an unpaid elected volunteer position. Trustees are strong advocates for public education, and of course, they are committed to children and their ability to become successful leaders, well prepared for college, career, and life. This year, I'm absolutely delighted to share that Mayor Steve Adler has issued a proclamation in honor of this month and to our board. We will share a copy of the proclamation with our trustees. In addition, you can see the gifts here in the room. Hopefully there's some that can be shown to our public that our students and our staff put together from throughout our district, and I join them in extending our gratitude for your service. We are also excited to share a video prepared by our international high school students. Control room, would you please play the video?
Student Council of International High School wants to say thank you to Board of Trustees. We appreciate the support and contribution so that we can have a beautiful place of learning and education.
Agradecemos el apoyo y contribución de The Bond Program para tener un hermoso lugar de aprendizaje y educación. ¡Gracias!
Trustees, thank you for your ongoing support and your unwavering commitment to our students. We are all very grateful for your service.
Thank you, Dr. Elizalde, and thank you to my fellow board members for your commitment and dedication to Austin students. I'd like to take just a moment to share with you two of the cards that we've received, which I thought you all might enjoy. One of them says thank you on it, and inside it says, thank you for doing your job. It's hard to do work, and I'm proud of you for doing it anyway. Thank you most of all Thank you most of all for, okay, I need some help on penmanship. This word.
For standing for our rights.
Thank you most of all for standing up for our rights. And then one last one as well. Someone's an artist out there. And inside it says, thank you for making hard decisions, board members. I appreciate that. So thank you to those of you that sent cards to us. And Dr. Elizalde, could you share our recognitions this evening?
Yes, sir. On January 17th, our nation took time to reflect and recognize the life and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. Dr. King recognized the importance of education, stating that we must remember that intelligence is not enough. It's intelligence plus character. That is the goal of true education. Austin ISD remains committed to this ideal, preparing students not just academically, but also caring for their social and emotional needs. It was great to hear about the different activities and lessons our campuses provided for our students to honor the life and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. For example, Perez Elementary invited student leaders to share the story of Dr. King during daily announcements. Teachers at Doss Elementary read stories on Dr. King during reading time. Also, our Student Equity Council held a special tribute for Dr. King at the start of their monthly meeting. For the last 17 years, the Austin Area Heritage Council has hosted an MLK oratory competition for Austin students. This year's topic asked, if Dr. King were alive today, what changes in today's society would you recommend for his dream to become a reality in this country and in the world? We are so proud of all of the students who took part and would like to share with you this year's winner, 5th grade Barbara Jordan Elementary student, Laila Cruz. Control room, could you please play the video?
I have a dream that one day, right here in Alabama, little black boys and little black girls will be able to join hands with little white boys and little white girls as sisters and brothers. MLK, August 28, 1963. Good morning. My name is Laila Cruz, and I'm going to talk about Martin Luther King and me continuing his dream. Bang! That's the sound of Martin Luther King getting shot. You might ask why he got shot. I'll tell you why. Because he was black. Because people are racist. Back then, black people were being killed and treated badly just because of the color of their skin. And the worst thing is that racism is still happening. Black people are still dying of racism. I think things need to change, starting now, starting with me. I believe that if MLK can have a dream, I think I can too. And my dream starts now. My dream is for kids like me do not have to see their dad or mom being killed because of their skin. My dream is that there will be a new beginning to start all over. I will achieve my dream by being proud, by working in politics for the people who need it the most. I can achieve my dream by continuing with No Place for Hate and spreading the word about MLK's dream. And finally, I will continue achieving my dream by being proud of my race, beauty, and myself. Thanks for dreaming.
That was so powerful. Thank you. Thank you, Lila, for sharing your gifts with us.
Thank you, Dr. Lizalde. And thank you to what looks like the future trustee, Lila Cruz. You know, I was able to join the virtual Martin Luther King Austin Heritage Council scholarship competition where Layla was presenting, and it was great to see so many Austin ISD students who courageously spoke about their truths and shared their vision for making Dr. King's dream a reality. And trustees, would anyone else like to share a few words for this recognition? If not, we'll move on to the next recognition, Dr. Lizalde.
Thank you, President Rodriguez. This week, our state and school district observe Holocaust Remembrance Week. I continue to learn about the travesties borne by the Jewish people and others persecuted during the Holocaust. I have learned so much this last year from our Jewish families on their experiences in Austin ISD and how we can be more inclusive of them and of all of our families. I'm also thankful for our partnership with the Austin Anti-Defamation League, who have helped to develop No Place for Hate, the national program of which Austin ISD continues to be the largest No Place for Hate district. What does that say about our campus leaders, our families, and our students to be the largest No Place for Hate program? Also, I would like to take a moment of personal privilege to share that I have learned so much from my husband and the experiences his Jewish family endured, and who reminds me that we are all connected to someone who has endured persecution. While the world has learned from this horrific event, unfortunately, we continue to see acts of anti-Semitism and injustice. Just recently, a Colleyville synagogue experienced such, and other anti-Semitic incidents that have taken place here in Austin, and they all remind us that we need to remain vigilant. Austin ISD recognizes the responsibility that we play in upholding human value for all people and working together to prevent and stand against future atrocities. There's a very short poem that I think helps remind all of us, certainly me, that it's all too easy to sometimes say, oh, but it isn't me. And so if you will allow me, I would like to read the poem by Pastor Martin Niemöller. First, they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I wasn't a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. They're all about we. We should continue to work towards ensuring that everyone is able to live a life that is free of fear and ensure that we embrace everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Elizalde. This week marks the start of the third annual observation for Holocaust Remembrance Week in Texas. And I want to thank our valuable partner, the Austin Anti-Defamation League, for all the work they did, along with so many Austin ISD parents in making this recognition a reality in the state of Texas. I encourage those who want to learn more about this week to visit the Texas Holocaust, Genocide, and Anti-Semitism Advisory Commission website at thgaac.texas.gov And trustees, I would ask if anyone would like to share a few words for this recognition. Then Dr. Elizalde, could you please share our next recognition?
Next Sunday is Fred Korematsu Day. Mr. Korematsu was a Japanese American who was born in California in 1919. When World War II broke out, Mr. Korematsu attempted to enlist for military duty but was denied. In 1942, the United States started the reprehensible process of interning Americans of Japanese ancestry. Mr. Korematsu, instead of reporting to an internment camp, went into hiding. He later spoke out about the process, believing that all people should have a fair way to defend their loyalty and civil rights. Following his capture and arrest, Mr. Korematsu sued, which evidently led to the Supreme Court case Korematsu v. United States. That controversial decision stated that the United States could detain Japanese Americans from certain West Coast areas during World War II. No, you did not hear incorrectly. I did say that decision actually said it was okay to do so. Following his release from internment, Mr. Korematsu moved east and started advocating for civil liberties of all people in the United States and for the United States government to stop such racist policies and to admit that such policies were wrong and should never happen again to any American of any race, creed, or color. It was in 1998 that Mr. Korematsu was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom, and in 2018, the courts finally declared that the Korematsu case was wrongly decided and that such policies are not aligned with our Constitution. Austin ISD is proud to share stories like these with our students to highlight these heroes who do not always get the recognition that they so justly deserve.
Thank you, Dr. Elizalde. While Texas doesn't yet recognize Fred Korematsu Day officially, we are proud as a district to remember both his legacy and reflect on the injustice that occurred for so many Asian Americans during World War II. January 30th is a day to recognize the importance of upholding civil liberties for all of this nation's diverse communities. And trustees, I'd invite any of y'all that want to share a few words for this recognition. Thank y'all. Our last game changer item is a recognition of one of our partner organizations. Dr. Elizalde.
Thank you, President Rodriguez. I would like to ask our Executive Director, Michelle Wallace, to provide our recognition of P-TECH Industry Partners.
Good evening, trustees, President Rodriguez and Dr. Elizalde. Thank you so much, trustees, for your service. I'm here tonight to ask for formal recognition of our P-TECH Industry Partners. And I have a list to read of our current partners, and of course, we look forward to growing this list over time. At Aikens Early College High School, in the real estate program, Austin Board of Realtors. Aikens Early College High School Education Program, AISD, is the industry partner. Crockett Early College High School Construction, Austin Community College and Consortium of Construction Trade Partners. At LBJ Early College High School in the healthcare program is Ascension, Texas. At Navarro Early College High School, at the Computer Programming and User Experience Design, IBM is our partner. Northeast Early College High School, Cybersecurity Program, Dell Technologies. And at Travis Early College High School, the Hospitality and Tourism Program, Austin Hotel and Lodging Association and Visit Austin are our dedicated partners. Now, trustees, it is my pleasure to request formal recognition for our P-TECH industry partners.
Thank you, Dr. Elizalde and Michelle. Trustee Foster, do you have a recognition statement to share?
Sure. So on behalf of the Austin ISD Board of Trustees, it's my honor to recognize all P-TECH industry partners for their support and commitment to our students. Since 2017, Austin ISD has offered Pathways in Technology, or P-TECH, programs across many of our early college high schools. P-TECH programs have blossomed across the district, offering students the chance to study real estate, computer technology, education, construction, cybersecurity, hospitality, or healthcare. And while students work towards their high school diploma, they can also earn an associate's degree through Austin Community College, and that is, of course, for free. Our industry partners support P-TECH programs by providing students with real-world experiences and extensions from what they learn in the classroom every day. These integral partners generously give their time to mentor students to prepare them for a life beyond graduation, share their personal career pathways, and build career awareness by welcoming students at the facilities for site visits, job shadowing, and internships. In many cases, students can be first in line for job opportunities with these P-TECH industry partners upon completion of the program. These types of partnerships are to be commended. It's with great pride that the Board of Trustees of the Austin Independent School District recognizes and thanks all of our P-TECH industry partners for their partnership in support of Austin ISD students and families.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank our partners as well. Appreciate it. Thank you. So our next item is the President's Report. First, I'd like to provide the public with an update on the work of this board to continue our commitment to good governance, advocacy, and a focus on student outcomes. At the start of February, our board and superintendent will be conducting a self-evaluation. This provides us the time to reflect on how we are working together and meeting the mission and purpose of a school district trustee. Following that activity, I plan to provide a further update at the February 24th board meeting. This week, many trustees took part in sharing legislative priorities important to Austin with our federal leaders. Trustees attended a federal equity symposium, both virtually and in Washington, D.C., which allowed school board and community leaders the opportunity to discuss strategies, trends, and best practice in K-12 education, and then share those priorities with our elected representatives. And thank you to our trustees who met with our congressional representatives and their staff while advocating for strong federal education policy. In the spirit of advocacy, earlier this month, the Austin ISD board and superintendent were notified of our selection by Raise Your Hand Texas to join their new Trustee Advocacy Fellowship Program. Austin ISD will join 8 other districts to deepen our knowledge and capacity for advocacy on issues important to public education. And we want to ensure we are meeting the expectations of our local community and being a voice for Austin's students and staff. And we look forward to continue to provide updates on this new program following our upcoming training for trustees and the superintendent in the coming weeks. And I just want to make a special recognition to Trustee Boswell, who helped submit the application, wrote it up, and we really appreciate all your work on the committee as well. Last, on behalf of the Austin ISD Board, we also want to make a special recognition tonight for Kiker custodian Lupe Rocha, who spent 29 years at Kiker and 33 years in Austin ISD. Mrs. Rocha recently retired as the longest-serving Kiker employee, being there since the campus opened in 1992. And as a board, we're proud to work with Mrs. Rocha's daughter, Laura Orozco, who supports the trustees as the board's administrative assistant. Mrs. Rocha, thank you for the amazing work of caring for Kiker students. And to her and to all of the retirees at mid-year, thank you for your service and your dedication to Austin ISD. And then late-breaking news, I should say. Now I sound like a reporter. Late-breaking news, and we'll probably have more information out, but I just wanted to share, Dr. Lizalde and I received a letter from Leadership Austin earlier this week saying that Austin ISD and the 8 other public school districts serving the city of Austin will receive the Honorary Alumnus Award from Leadership Austin. It's usually given to one person, but given all of the responses from the school districts around the pandemic, they decided to recognize all 9 school districts in the Austin area. So congratulations to everyone for all of their work around that as well. At this time, we'd like to have trustees provide committee reports. I'm going to transition to the committee reports. Trustee Ashe, do you have a report for the Austin Ed Fund and for the board's policy committee?
I do, thank you. I will begin with the Austin Ed Fund. The Austin Ed Fund Board met on Thursday, January 7th, and the board welcomed officers for the 2022 year. Chair, Leticia Caballero, Vice Chair, Doyle Valdez, Secretary, Kathy Burrell, Treasurer, Larry Graham, and at-large position, Barbara Nags. We also welcomed new board members, Jessica Bazan, Sean Bowes, Marion Casey, Julie Fisher, James Guerra, and David Quintanilla. The Ed Fund Board is grateful for the leadership of our chair for the past 2 years, Mr. Ron Reed. He was always a joy to be with at meetings and really did so many great things. We're so appreciative of him and his guidance while he was chair. And special thanks to Amy Jones and Curtis Page, who ended their terms on the board in December. The Ed Fund received over $56,000 from 68 gifts for our annual end-of-year campaign, and thank you for your gifts. This is a 54% increase from last year's campaign. So stay tuned for more information on our next campaign during Amplify Austin, which is Austin's community-wide day of giving on March 2nd and 3rd. And would like to also thank Dr. Elizalde, as she attends all of the Austin Ed Fund Board meetings and gives an update to them. And I think it has just shown the great collaboration between the Austin Ed Fund and Austin ISD. I will also report on the policy committee. The board policy committee convened a meeting at 10:17 on Friday, January 21st. Trustees Ashe, Foster, and Boswell were present. Also present were from administration, Dr. Laura Stout, Dr. Jacob Reach, and Edna Butts. Our first topic that we discussed was about the GPA Class Ranking Committee, and Dr. Stout provided a written and oral report on the progress of the GPA Class Ranking Committee. The committee met on December 16th of 2021, January 6th of 2022, and January 11th of 2022. And Dr. Stout reported that the committee has come to a consensus that the cutoff date for determining valedictorian, salutatorian, and honors awards should be at the end of the third 9 weeks. So Dr. Stout will provide a final report to the Board Policy Committee in February with the expectation that a policy change will be presented to the full board for action in April, which means we will see that policy on the preview agenda, which will give us an opportunity to discuss the changes, as well as again when we vote at the voting meeting. The next topic was on BE Local, which is about board meetings. So this is a policy we have discussed as the 10 of us at great length, and we will be bringing forward the revisions at our next information session. Once again, this is nothing that will surprise any of the board members. This is things that we have already discussed, and it was just a matter of putting it on the information session and then for us to vote on in the February voting meeting. It incorporates how the agenda items are determined, and that we will also, the committee also discussed these revisions at its December meeting. So this has come through the policy committee a few times, as well as through the board as a whole. And we expect that the full board will consider these revisions at our February meeting, which I've already said. Sorry about that. So the next thing we discussed was actually FNCE Local, which actually has to do with our cell phone use policy. The committee discussed the district's cell phone policy and noted that each campus determines whether and how cell phones will be used, which means some campuses may make the choice not to have phones functioning on their campuses and others may not. We recognized that this policy, the last time we looked at it, was before COVID and before we had one-to-one technology for all of our students. And so we made the decision to ask administration to reach out to the principals on the campus to find out if this policy is still working the way it is intended on the campus level, and for them to provide feedback to us as to if there might be changes that would be helpful to them as they have these cell phones on campuses. As you can imagine, sometimes cell phones can be very helpful in a classroom environment if people are looking things up or using them in a constructive way, but they also have the ability to maybe be not so constructive. And so we want to make sure that we're keeping the mental health of our students at the forefront and that the policy is there to protect them in that way. The next thing we looked at was transportation policies, and the committee reviewed proposed revisions to 3 transportation-related policies with the goal of providing the district with greater flexibility to transport students and potentially increase enrollment of in-district and out-of-district students. So the first one that we talked about was CNA Local, which is our main transportation policy. And it would be amended to permit transportation of students along routes or hubs within a 2-mile radius, as long as that has been approved by the superintendent. So our current policy states that the district does not provide transportation to any student for whom it does not receive state transportation funds except as required by law. And the changes that we're proposing would allow us, especially if what we found out is that many times we were literally driving by places on the way, and it would simply be just a matter of stopping and picking up some of these kids literally on the route. And in fact, there is an example of that actually already taking place within the district. So what we want to do is make sure our policies reflect what we're actually doing. The next one we looked at was FDA Local, which is our inter-district transfer policy. And a law was passed this legislative session which permits a school district to transport students enrolled in the district who reside outside the district if the district has an active policy that prohibits screening transfer students who reside outside the district based on the student's academic performance, disciplinary history, or attendance record when approving the transfer request. So the proposed changes to FD Local would make the necessary changes that are required of us by law. And then the third one that we looked at was FDB Local, which is the district's intra-district transfer policy, and it would be amended to permit transportation for students who reside along a route designated by the superintendent or approved by the board, because currently the district only provides transportation for transfer students attending a magnet program. And so we want to make sure that this transportation policy can be as flexible as possible. These policy changes are proposed for action at the board's February regular voting meeting. So this once again means we will have the proposed changes at the agenda preview, and then we can certainly discuss it there, or we would also have them on the voting meeting agenda in February. I'm getting close to the end, I promise. We had a lot to discuss at this particular policy meeting. So the next thing we did was GKC Local, which relates to community relations and visitors. And GKC Local disallows classroom visits that involve a third party other than a school official or a parent or a guardian observing a classroom that is occupied by students. The district sometimes receives inquiries about whether a private provider, such as a board-certified behavior analyst for a student with autism, may observe a student in class to see that child's behavior. So additionally, the district has agreements that relate to placing individuals at campuses to obtain field experience, such as student teachers and teachers from other countries or jurisdictions. So the revision to this policy will permit these visits so long as arrangements are made in advance with the principal and the teacher and the visit does not interfere with the delivery of instruction or disrupt the normal school environment. So the proposed revision to GKC Local will align the policy with the student handbook, which permits visitors other than parents and school officials, and provide flexibility to the principal and the teacher, and the special education department and the Office of Schools did look at this policy and did agree to the changes and agreed with the changes as well. So the policy will be on the board's February information session and as the agenda preview and for us to vote on. The last thing we discussed was the committee talked about attendance policies and regarding regular compulsory attendance and attendance for credit in light of students' absences due to COVID-19. So we are taking a look at those policies to make sure that we are being flexible and bendable as it relates to COVID-19 and what that looks like, as long as we're staying within the law. There are some limitations that are provided that we can't get around, but there's others that we can change our policy to make it flexible for our students, given the uniqueness that is the situation of a pandemic. So the committee will consider possible revisions to these policies at its next meeting, which will be on Friday, February 25th.
Thank you, Trustee Ashe. Trustee Lugo, do you have a report for the board's audit committee?
Yes, I do. So the board audit committee met yesterday in the afternoon. Trustees Zapata, Ashe, Wagner, and myself were in attendance, along with Dr. Elizalde and Dr. Reach from the district. And we met with Gibson Consulting, the firm that was that we've entered into a contract with to conduct internal audits. So what we discussed yesterday, Gibson provided a preliminary briefing on their risk assessment to date, their project activities, which included interviewing, creating a risk scoring matrix. We also talked about developing an evaluation tool so that the services that they're delivering to the board, and by extension the public and the district, that we can objectively assess whether they're delivering in a way that meets the needs of the contract. Something tangible that came from yesterday's meeting is we now have an internal audit, an updated internal audit page on the AISD website, so folks can take a look at that landing page and some initial information that is contained there that explains, what is internal audit, where does the local policy come from, that gives the board kind of the scope of what that internal audit can and can't do. So that's at austinisd.org/internal-audit. So we've got that website or that page, that landing page up and ready. And in the future, that page will be the home for audit reports and other information and updates that will be coming to us. Another item in terms of tangibles from yesterday's meeting is we got that as part of the preliminary briefing. We heard a little bit about the draft risk assessment report that will be coming not only to the committee but to the full board. So in March we'll have a draft report. It'll include the risk assessment, what was included, how was that measured, and that will help inform how we prioritize internal audits, so how the board creates an internal audit calendar. And let's see, what else? So that's our report from the committee.
Thank you, Trustee Lugo. Trustees, are there any other committee reports to share tonight? If not, I don't know, Trustee Boswell, if you want to speak at all about our congressional visits yesterday and kind of the SBA part. I forgot to ask if you wouldn't mind sharing any thoughts you had about our.
Sure, I'll share a bit. We were invited to be part of the National School Boards Association Advocacy Conference in Washington, D.C. Several of us signed up, and then when Omicron came, decided not to go. I know Trustee Wagner and I traded some texts about, are you going, are you not going? It was very clear that we, ended up making the choice not to go. Trustee Rodriguez, I know, has been for many years, and then Trustee Anderson did go. And congressional visits are always part of that, this time virtually. And so even though we weren't in DC, we were able to visit with Congressman Doggett, who is running now in a new district and will be representing, if he wins that race, more Austin ISD schools and has a strong interest. He's an Austin ISD graduate. We talked with him about IDEA funding, fully funding, federal special education funding, talked to him about the ESSER funding, shared some thanks for the work that he and others did to make sure that we received the funding, and then shared some information about how it's being used. And then also talked with Congressman Chip Roy's education staffer about interest in campuses, interest in parent involvement in schools, and we talked about all the opportunities we're giving for parents for that. Also talked about the IDEA funding and just ensuring that, inviting them to connect with our schools.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think the one thing I might add, Trustee Boswell, is that in both conversations, we did raise up the issue of the importance of local control for our school boards in our communities and representing their voices. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
The next item is under the superintendent's report, 6.1. Dr. Elizalde?
Thank you, President Rodriguez. As we begin my report, I certainly have some really great things to talk about and some accolades as I normally do, but I would want us to begin by having an update on where we are with regard to the current pandemic situation. So I'm going to invite Elena Bejarano and Leslie Stevens to bring us up to date on what our district is continuing to be committed to and how we continue to learn from our practices and our people about how we can continue to keep our students and staff as safe as possible. So with that, I'm going to turn it over. Go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Elizalde and President Rodriguez, and to the trustees, thank you for all you do for us. I wanted to give a very positive update, and so I'm thankful that you invited me tonight. We're seeing a palpable decrease in the cases. So our positivity rate is 18.9 as presented for this week's cases. That includes our full week from last week and just a few from this week so far. We've increased our number of hub sites. So from 11, we'll be at 13 by next Wednesday. Pettis and Barbara Jordan, we walked today and saw some fantastic things happening. So the community is super excited to have those new hub sites. Our one community site will blossom into 3. So Nelson Field will be our second site, and then Metz Elementary will be converted into a community site. So we're very excited about those. The number of tests, they continue to be high at all of our hub sites. Supply and demand, we continue to work on issues with our vendors just being kind of responsive to what our demand is for our hubs. And so we're continuing to look at ordering tests as that supply dictates. The amount of tests that you do see for January is correct. Over 11,000 have been completed just in January, and that's due to the hard work of many, many people. The principals, the staff at the schools, the health services team, I can't speak highly enough about them contributing to that high rate of testing. And then our result rate is 2151 for our positive results. We're constantly doing the case tracking. The uploading of the reporting process is now running smoothly. It's automated. Principals fill out a Google form, goes directly to us and to the dashboard for update. So that's been an amazing transition with our tech team. And the contact tracing, the updated toolkit for the principals, our slide deck that they use, and then the outline of the algorithm has been very well received. So we continue to look at those processes, and I take Dr. Elizalde very seriously, and I just have the one slide. I try to say it all on that one. So with that, I can pass it to Ms. Stevens, or if you all have questions for me.
If we could go ahead and go to Ms. Stevens, and then we'll allow them to take questions from either the reporting side of our cases and then from the impact on our staffing, if that's permissible. Ms. Stevens.
Good evening, President Rodriguez, Superintendent Elizalde, and members of the board. On this chart, and I don't know why it's not sharing. Oh, there it is. Okay, this chart shows our substitute data beginning January 5th upon return to campus. And you'll see that, I'm just going to walk down one row on the 5th so then we can do a comparison. So on January 5th, when we returned, we had 405 teacher absence requests within the system. And of those, 222 were picked up by a substitute that was in our system. So we did not at that point have any central office assigned out to campuses. So that particular day, we had what is called a fill rate of 54%. So you can kind of follow it along, and you'll see where We have some peaks and valleys, but as we've gone along in our numbers, you'll note that, you know, when we started on January 5th, we have a 405. We went up to a high number on January 14th with 680 requests, and then we are back down to 407. So we're seeing like a peak and a valley there. The 3 highest days were January 7th, January 14th, and January 21st, but all 3 of those days were also Fridays. Along the third line are the number of central office staff. So how we did central office staff was a little bit different. We sent out to every department the list of personnel in their department, and those that were like critical to the function of their department, they could remove from the list, and if they remained on the list, we set them up that way. But in our experience, we had 400 on that list. We divided them into the 5 days of the week. And so if I was a central office person assigned, I had the same day or have the same day every week, so that it's not this I don't know, I do know situation. Raquel Martinez is the person who runs our substitute office. She has done a phenomenal job. As a matter of fact, in the midst of all of this, she was also out sick and continued to do that phenomenal job for us, and actually sends individual emails to all 80 of those central office people the day before their assignment. Our fill rate has improved. As you'll see, yesterday we were at an 86% fill rate, and the day before that we were at 91%. So that is really good news. In addition to that, we do have 94 central office people on a standby list that are like our administrative assistants centrally that can go out to a campus if their office staff, specifically like at an elementary, are all out. Since January 15th, the announcement of our increased substitute rates, we have had 597 new applications. So that department is also in the process of clearing all of those applicants to get them in our pool. Before that increase in our substitute pay, we were receiving about 10 new ones a day. We have also done some targeted substitute recruitment to our families through our family newsletters, PTA, when we worked with the Austin City PTA and sent out a specific flyer for our PTA, as well as community members. And right now, Dr. Mays is sending some information over to the Chamber of Commerce in terms of a flyer that we have put together, because they have requested that information for their employees as well.
So before we move further, we could take questions if any of our trustees have regarding these two.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you all very much. Trustee Wagner?
I think it'd be helpful just to have a little bit of context too for our efforts around not only with the testing hubs, but also to understand too what we're seeing in terms of absences of teachers, substitute shortages, and how they compare to neighboring districts and peer districts. Like what are AISD's efforts and shortages looking like compared to other districts across the state?
So one of the things that we have gotten during this period of time is we generally get notified, and we have had some of our surrounding districts who've actually closed school because they did not have enough staff, and we have not honestly come close to that. I mean, that hasn't been a thought. So we feel very fortunate in the fact that we've had some really good fill rates. The other piece to that is our schools are doing a phenomenal job. So our fill rates aren't perfect by any means, but we also have, during the same period of time, our attendance rate for students has been lower. And so that also has helped at the campus level, where I can put 2 first grade classrooms together because each one of them has, 7 kids today. So we've done those kind of things. School personnel have also used personnel like, the librarian or the counselor, or those kind of things, to also assist in these efforts to make sure that, kids are learning and kids are getting their instructional time. So I feel like we've been very fortunate in Austin ISD to have as much coverage as we've had. There were a couple of days that we were getting a little nervous, with our coverage, but so far we've done really, really well. And central office it has been amazing. And I will just tell you an example, like I was in the elevator with somebody coming down here, and they were like, my sub day was Wednesday and today's Thursday, so I'm feeling really good, but it's a great experience. And so even our central office staff are really excited about that rotation, and they have it in their head of what they're doing when they go. So I think overall it's been we've been very receptive on the campuses. They absolutely thank us every time that people go out and assist. So I think we are in good shape in comparison to some of the districts who've had to close.
Thank you for that, Ms. Stevens. And I did want to ask sort of a similar question about our testing offerings. How do the efforts that AISD is conducting in terms of testing compare to other districts? Are we doing more? Are we doing less?
I'm very, very proud to say that many school districts are not taking advantage in the surrounding areas of this TEA grant. And we went full force from the beginning of the grant back in August. And so even our public health department sends us kudos and offers to work with us. They're going to take over our Metz elementary testing facility to partner with us because they said, whatever you guys are doing, you're doing it well. And so that speaks volumes to our community support the testing hubs. So I will, with full transparency, tell you that AISD has gone above and beyond, really in a lot of regions of Texas, but our surrounding areas as well. We're taking full advantage of that grant.
Excellent. Thank you for that.
Sure.
And one last question is a bit of a follow-on to Ms. Stevens' really inspiring illustration of central office staff really feeling re-energized by being out in a classroom and amongst students and getting back to the roots of why we're all here. But is that something that maybe we're learning from this experience and that maybe might be a regular part of central office life, that maybe everybody picks up a substitute shift, periodically just to kind of stay connected in that way?
So yes, that is something we will look at. I will tell you, we will not do a weekly rotation. That's probably a little too frequent, Willie. But yes, we will look at something like at least once per semester, that kind of thing. And that is an expectation that our superintendent has set out.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee. Trustee, other questions? Trustee Singh?
Thank you so much for both of your presentations, and tying this back to the enrollment discussion. It's like, I think people need to come to AISD because of our COVID response and all the safety measures that we have in place here. I'm really proud of that. So I did have a question. One question that I get any time that there's like a big athletic event, and you know where I'm going with this because we've emailed about it, is how are we actually enforcing mask wearing at athletic events? Is there a district-wide protocol that the coaches and administrators should follow? What is our jurisdiction? How far can we go in requiring someone to wear a mask? And like, have we ever kicked somebody out because they refused? These are the questions that inquiring minds want to know. So thank you.
Thank you for the question. So we work very closely with our athletics director. The protocols were formulated this year between both of our departments. They do follow our guidelines in general for AISD facilities, which anybody on our facilities must be wearing a mask. And so we have masks at every game. We have coaches. We have our security present. They are always ensuring that people are wearing masks. Visitors are offered a mask if they don't have it. I have not seen an issue where someone has been asked to leave a game. From my understanding, everybody is amicable to understanding that on our facilities, that's the requirement. And I think everyone wants to enjoy the athletic event and so are willing to do that. And so I feel strongly that our assistant directors and directors of athletics are going out there and making sure that's enforced.
And I know we had one particular situation where certainly there were pictures that were circulated where it was clear that we were not all ensuring that we were following what Ms. Bejarano just described. But I know that Dr. Mays has worked since that time. And it is, as everyone knows, we absolutely can have someone removed for not complying with our expectations, that it's not gray. At the same time, we also recognize we want to leverage relationships as we move forward, because we also don't want to be escalating situations, but rather de-escalating. So that may sound very cryptic, but at the end of the day, I know that it may seem very simplistic to just kick somebody out. And our role is to not just, as many times as you all have brought to our attention, like just because the rule says that doesn't mean that's the first place we go. And so we work with our staff, and there are some communities, depending on who's visiting, who it is that is our opponent, that may be a little more challenging than others. So we have reached out to each of those and are more forward-thinking and know if we need to have some additional administrative support at certain events so that there can be more people to ensure that we have the consistency that we know produces the safety for our students and staff. So we will continue to work on that, and I want to continue to hear from our community when we have fallen short. Our intent is not to, but I know that, again, Dr. Mays has worked with all of our activities directors, our athletic director, the campus, the coaches, parents, limiting attendance, and ensuring compliance with our expectations. And again, we need to know where we are falling short so that we can work on that. But our job, of course, is to be proactive and not have that happen. Dr. Mays, did you want to add anything to that?
No, she did an excellent job.
I really appreciate that, and I don't envy the people that have to actually ask people to put masks on. I think that would probably be a really difficult position to be in, so I appreciate all those who are doing that. And then if a parent is noticing, people not wearing masks, what can they do? Who should they be emailing, the coach or the principal, or?
Yeah, the individual closest to the location where that's being observed. So if we're talking about a classroom setting, we want our principals to know. They certainly can email me or Dr. Mays, but truthfully, the amount of time that it takes to get down to the person who's at the local decision-making and the adherence to the expectations is going to be based on the locale. If it's at an athletic event, there should be athletic directors, coordinators, administrators that are readily visible along with our security. So I would want them to reach out immediately because we do want to resolve those issues right then and there in the moment. We don't want it to be an afterthought so that we can continue to be consistent.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Trustee Singh. Trustees, any other questions? Trustee Boswell.
Thank you for all of this and for your forethought and creativity with this. I do have one question, Ms. Stevens, about substitutes. I know the pandemic has exacerbated the sub shortage, but did not create the sub shortage. So is there a takeaway, lessons learned, kind of a plan from this that we hope will help address this problem going forward, just for the sake of our teachers and our students?
So one of the things, and I think you see the result of some of that on that second bullet, is making sure that our substitute pay is competitive and compelling enough for people to say, oh, wow, if I go substitute, that's substantial amount of money. And so I think just that increase, like we've gotten 600 new applications in a very short period of time. So I do think making sure it's competitive, and I think that's across the state and the nation. So I do think those rates will remain at that piece. The other thing that we've seen is well, we used to start our category at 60 plus hours by opening up the other, and if you have less than 60, it's an assignment at elementary, middle school. I
You
think
mean
also
what kind of hours?
college hours. I'm sorry. Yeah, so ours used to be the minimum of 60 plus college hours, and we opened the window of under 60 college hours, and those with under 60 hours will be assigned to an elementary or middle school. I think that's also one of the things that other districts have done that we now do that have allowed us to grow our pool. So I think there's several things that are takeaways from this, as well as using central office, not in the same capacity, but, you know, as an opportunity to stay connected to the classroom.
Thank you.
Thank you, trustees. Any other questions? Trustee Lugo?
Thank y'all both for the presentation. I think y'all may have covered this, but if you don't mind revisiting. So the COVID testing, my understand, or what I've heard, right, and always want to take a grain of salt, sometimes word on the street. So what I've heard is that the vendor who does the Burger Center testing, they were asking folks for their social security number. Do you know if that was like a momentary blip, or is that something, like how did that come about? Have you heard the same?
Sure, so I can speak to that. So the burger site is run by Nomi Health. They run our community site. That way we want to provide testing equitable to our community and to AISD. The field is actually optional. They don't need to put their social security, but they will recoup cost with insurance. Now, if you don't have insurance, they'll absolutely still do the testing. That's just their form, and it is optional. And so they're letting everyone know from now on that, yes, they do not need to put that. That vendor is aside from our TEA, so you'll never see our hub sites ask for that information. That's simply for the community site.
And let me just add, because that site, to be completely clear, they're using our facility. That's it. But if we didn't utilize the facility, they weren't going to have a location to test. And then since then, we did ask, like, there are other parts of our community that we need open testing. So if we'll give you a site, will you come and do another site? So that's why Elena's been able to get, is it Northeast that I heard you say? Nelson.
Nelson, yes.
Will be one of the other sites. So I do know we want to work to try to mitigate when we hear things like that. Thank you for sharing that. But I also want to remind everybody, it was like, if we didn't allow them to use our facility, then there weren't going to be these large additional sites in the entire community. And then at the 11, which will now be 13 sites, or on the campus where there's a few tests that are available, we will never ask for the Social Security information.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that clarification. And I really appreciated the question and the response to what can parents or guardians, you know, the adults in our students' lives, what can they do if they see, in that scenario, if they see folks not complying with the mask request? I think likewise, can the district provide a response to adults, parents, guardians who might be looking at the COVID cases on their campus, and you know, who do they go to? Who do they ask questions of when they're looking at those letters that are coming to them, and they're from the campus that says, you know, we have multiple COVID cases, or we have 18, or whatever it is that ends up on the letter, depending on what campus you're at. What would the district recommend parents do when they have concerns about, well, wait a minute, why can't we just close down a campus? Or wait a minute, why can't we just close down, you know, a wing of a school or something? And I know you addressed this last time, that with the complexity and like really the thought with which y'all are looking at various data points, but just to kind of address the parent piece.
Yeah, and I'm sure Elena will do a much better extension of what I do, but let me just start off by the number itself, right, doesn't generate an immediate closure. It's going to be about where do we think the likelihood of the spread of these cases are coming from. And the reason we have to be so careful with that is twofold. First and foremost, we know that our students, yes, they do need to be in an in-person, face-to-face setting wherever possible. We're not wanting to do that at the expense of health or their medical situations. But we also don't want to create some additional unintended consequences for everyone at a school, either by, I'm going to close this, and now all of a sudden, then I also have parents who, what do I do with my children? They are not suffering from COVID. So the real sticking point does come in with the contact tracing, which our principals did not know they needed to be epidemiologists to become principals during this period of time. But Elena and her assistant director, Jose, I mean, they walk our principals. We say it in just our principals. And I do not believe, and I say this wholeheartedly, I do not believe that other district principals do it in this way. I think they do more blanket types of, yeah, we're just going to have to close, or we're just going to do this, rather than ensuring and taking the time, because time is, I know it's really hard, but our principals have been committed to following the guidelines. And so, it's where are the cases? Are they all in one classroom? Do we know anything about the students in that classroom? I give the example of the one that they gave me early on. Like at one point they were like, we're going to need to close this classroom. And then it's like, oh, wait, they all attended a birthday party. They were all at the same birthday. So when initially you think the spread is coming from a classroom, you're going to see us at any time that we think that's an issue, whether Austin Public Health tells us we should or shouldn't. I rely on Elena and Jose, and the minute that they tell me that they think there's community spread, that it's coming within a classroom, within a campus, we immediately close it. And I want to add, we don't do that just for COVID. We did, in fact, close an entire school. I believe you all received notification. It's a non-COVID situation. APH was not comfortable making a recommendation, but our own health experts said, we have this, we see this, we're concerned. I'm like, close the school. We can't take those risks, and let's go deep clean. So it really is about the contact tracing, and then, so it could be 3, and they might come tell me they think I should close the classroom or a school. And it can be 20, and they might tell me, nope, we're good. So I rely on them to give me that expert information, rather than me, playing the doctor on TV. But Elena?
I don't think I can follow that one up any better than Dr. Elizalde, but yes, to her point, the testing, the vaccination efforts, the education, our principals are rock stars, and every family, I feel, gives the opportunity to attend school with scientific data presented to them. The dashboard is constantly up to date with the new procedures, and so it's giving them an opportunity to see the positivity rate drop. What we're doing, in the classroom is productive with all the barriers, the hand washing, the education, the testing. So it's a multifaceted approach, but I do think we give our AISD community the best data to make those decisions and keep kids in school learning. That's really our main goal.
Yeah, thank you both. And I have a couple of other questions that are related to the substitute thing, but just really quickly about the other incident where a decision was made to close the campus. So quick anecdote. So this was back in 2019 at the campus where my eldest was at, and there were 2 second grade classes door to door, and I remember it distinctly because the flu and the stomach bug were going back and forth between the classes. And at the same time, at my work, at that time I had an in-person on-site job. There was like floors of our building where people were just like, you would see an entire department get like knocked out, right, with the flu at that time. And so anyhow, long story short, we didn't close the wing, we didn't close the campus. And so when I saw that email that came to us, I thought, that's actually a really, I think for me, it showed that y'all are being really thoughtful about, how are we looking at public health, period, and what can we do in those instances where public health can be supported or protected by closing down a school or a classroom. So I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
And then the questions about substituting. So I also want to start with a quick shout out. So as many folks know, Representative Gina Hinojosa substituted at one of our schools, I think last week. And many of us, my fellow trustees, have volunteered to substitute as well. And if you could tell us, you know, I don't know if it was just for us to have the opportunity to sub in non-teaching positions, or if that's also something that the public might, especially parents that are coming to us through the Austin Council of PTA or Chamber of Commerce or something else. You know, like, are there opportunities to sub in non-teacher positions?
So right now, we do have a pool set aside that is for like the office, like clerical, all of that. So answering of phones, all of those. So we do have a separate pool for those personnel that are interested in supporting a school, but not really wanting to do like the actual classroom. So we do have a separate group of that.
Okay, that's great. That would be really great. Whenever there's additional information to blast out, I'd be happy to share that. Because I have heard some folks say, "Oh, I don't want to be a classroom substitute." So that is good to know that there are those clerical positions. The other thing I wanted to share is, first of all, just and I would love to kind of have this opportunity for other trustees to share as our substitute experiences arise. But yesterday I was at one of the elementary schools in South Austin in D6, District 6, and I was assigned to a pre-K class. I closed all my, if you're an Apple Watch person, I closed all my rings. I almost closed them twice, which is amazing. This morning I woke up and I realized I'm 44 and my back hurts. So all of that to say, you know, again, kudos to teachers and staff and bus drivers and everyone, administrators, who day after day wake up and do one of the toughest jobs, which is serving as role models, intellectual guides, educators. So kudos. There's not enough money in the world to really show how much we value them. And I think related to that, I also would love to see other elected officials, you know, whether it's city council members or county commissioners or county judge or whoever it might be, to really have that opportunity in whatever capacity, clerical, teacher, teacher's assistant, because it really does remind us how valuable public education is and can be. Couple of questions. So have y'all gotten any feedback about navigating the substitute like the process by which people sign up to sub?
Yes. So initially, when we started kind of the big outreach, whether it be to PTAs or that kind of thing, we did get you know, I don't want to say, like, some information back that it was a very long application because it did contain things like essay questions and pieces like that. And so Norma did shorten that and remove some of those pieces so that it would be a quicker process for those. Yes. So we have shortened that.
Great, thank you. And then can y'all remind me, so for the fingerprinting, do people pay for the fingerprinting? And this is a genuinely kind of like naive or dumb question. Are there any partnerships so that people don't have to pay for that on their own? If a financial, you know, sometimes people are looking to sub because they need money, right?
Yes.
And so they may not have the money to pay for fingerprinting, but we know that that's a necessary part of applying for some positions.
Yes, and at this time, no, it is the individual that pays for that fingerprinting. Yeah.
Okay.
We can look at to see if there's entities out there that would be willing to pay for that for them.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we can look into that.
Okay. Yeah, and that might be something just for, I mean, I don't know, President Rodriguez, if you have suggestions on where I should look, because I'm trying to remember how the state does it. And I thought that the state paid for fingerprinting for certain positions. And so I don't know how the city or the county handle those kinds of fees.
No, but we can ask tomorrow at the joint subcommittee meeting. And just to clarify, when you say fingerprinting, that's actually part of the background check.
Yes.
And what they're really paying for is the background check.
Yeah.
And the fingerprinting is a part of that.
Yes, and that is a requirement. I want to believe, I don't remember when the fingerprinting became part of that, but it's been a pretty standard part of the practice for at least 15 years.
Yeah.
It's been quite a while.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. And thank you for clarifying that. Sometimes I say things and I'm like, oh, you can read my mind. So yes, it's part of the background checks. The other thing is not a question necessarily to be answered tonight, but a question that I'd love to get an answer to in the future. Is long-term substitutes. What I've heard is that, of course, all hands on deck, right? And there's administrative staff from HQ that might be serving as long-term subs. And so I think it would be helpful to kind of just get a glance at, what, are those long-term subs coming from specific departments, and how might that also have a ripple effect on, are they able to do the rest of their, I know there's always more work than time or people in public service, but looking at how do you find a balance, especially when the need is so great?
So last year, we did have central office that served in what I would call, or that constituted a long-term substitute position. So like there were people in my department that taught all first semester, and some of them up until April. That is not the case at this time. Yeah. So we don't have central office serving in long-term at this time.
Thank you.
And just one thing, Trustee Lugo, I just wanted to add that I know that Judge Brown applied to be a sub, and the only reason I know is because he asked if I could be his reference, and I had to, ask him a couple of questions about it. So I don't know if he's already subbed or not.
So he has asked for Friday, and
Friday,
so we are working with him, yes.
Great. So a reference works. So trustees, any other, Trustee Zapata?
I just want to comment on the fingerprinting because Travis County does do it for our summer youth kids, and they're 14 to 17-year-olds.
Yeah.
So they might be able to help in that.
Yeah, we'll ask our commissioners tomorrow when we're with them. Summer youth employment. Yep. Trustees, other questions? I know the two quick comments that I want to make is, one, Leslie, thank you to you and your team and to our community who's out there who's been responsive to the substitute request or the request for help. It's just been really awesome to see our community rally to our schools and to our students and our teachers and our staff. And Alana, thank you again for all the work you're doing to ensure that we have the layered protocols. That I was jotting down my calendar here. We are less than 2 months away from the 2-year anniversary from the time that Friday the 13th, 2020, when we closed schools. And it's been a long way, but I'd be remiss if I didn't just first thank you and your team for all the work they're doing, and then remind our public that really what we've been doing is not just layering the safety protocols, but also delivering a message that vaccines and boosters are the way we're going to get out of this. So I'd be remiss if I didn't just encourage folks to consider either the booster or getting vaccinated if they haven't. So I appreciate all the work that you're doing. And just a disclaimer, I'm not trying to play a doctor on TV either. Dr. Lizalde?
Thank you. So now it's time for what is probably my favorite part of this Thursday and of being a superintendent, and that is I get to share with you our latest raves. So let me begin. First, I visited, you'll get an opportunity to see each of these. I got to visit 5 schools today. So we were on, I'm pretty sure we were speeding, but we weren't caught. So I got to visit 5 schools. I wish you all could have been with me at these 5 visits. The teachers were so positive and uplifting, and the kids with their smiling eyes, and principals and assistant principals who came out because they wanted to say hi to me, and front office staff, and TAs and cafeteria workers. And when you're on that campus, and I know many of you that have already had an opportunity to sub or to walk with Dr. Mays and his team can attest to what I'm describing, just the positive energy. And here were just these 5 campuses that I got an opportunity to visit. So we'll start off with, I'm really excited to share with you all about this group of educators. Our Human Capital Department partnered with Houston Tillotson University, and I want to give a shout out to the Austinite of the Year, President Dr. Colette Pierce Burnett, for her partnership with us in making this happen. And we created a scholarship just to support amazing teacher assistants who really just need some financial support to complete their teaching degree. And they are already teachers, but we know we need to get them that piece of paper and complete that education so that we can appropriately compensate them for being teachers. So through what is called the T-Class Grant, and that's a Texas COVID Learning Acceleration Scholarship Grant, 6 Austin ISD teacher assistants are going to receive $19,000 over the course of a 2-year program so that they can complete their teaching certificate. What a great way for us to recruit, as many of you all challenge us, recruit teachers and to recruit from within our own families. These are great opportunities. So we'll start with this year's recipients, Maria Martinez at Sunset Valley Elementary School, a teacher assistant in special education who has been with us for 6 years. And she told me that her passion for education stems from her own experience in learning to speak English. Her Principal Marquez, nominated her, and it was just to see, and they were all surprised. I don't know how our principals did it, because our principals knew, but they did keep it a secret, and you could tell that they were all very surprised. And the children in the classroom were so happy for their teacher assistants. It was really fulfilling today, and gave me such love for our Austin ISD community and how we come together to support our staff. And so I'm really excited for Ms. Martinez from Sunset Valley Elementary. And then we had Ms. Emily Sharon from Patton Elementary School, and she's a special education preschool teacher assistant. She joined Austin ISD, get this, she started off as a room mom, a room parent at Patton Elementary in 2012. And then with her love for the district in Patton, she decided she'd become a teacher assistant in special education in 2014. And now she's already studying at ACC to become a special education teacher. So she's going to be able to use this to complete her degree as well. And that was just a wonderful visit as well with Principal Snowden over at Patton. Another just super, super great visit. Our next recipient is Ana Medina, Uphouse Early Childhood Center. And this was her assistant principal was nominated her, Ms. Apastulo, is a pre-K teacher. Ana Medina is a pre-K teacher assistant who's been serving our students for 8 years. She's known for taking her role as a TA very seriously to be sure that students are receiving the best she has to offer. She has beautiful steel blue eyes, and when she heard of this award, this teardrop just formed in her beautiful right eye and just came down her cheek. It was I can't tell you just how rewarding spending time doing that today was really meant to me. So congratulations to Ana Medina as well. Our next recipient is Deborah Martinez. She's a teacher assistant in scores at Aikens Early College High School. She's been at Aikens since 2019 and says that her connection with her students and colleagues pushed her to want to get her teacher certification in special education. Principal Tina Salazar raves about how Ms. Martinez goes above and beyond in her role to meet her students' educational needs. I also want to point out, of course, I'm a high school person. I did do my subbing last week at Crockett High School. I think they were a little worried. The teachers and the department chair kept checking on me the first couple. They were like, is she really going to be able? Kids were fantastic and amazing, and the support from Crockett High School was excellent. But I am a high school junkie by nature, if you will. So I was at Aikens with giving Miss Martinez her award, and we were in the classroom, a physics classroom, where she was assisting. The kids they just stop and they want to ask, and I just thought y'all would get a chuckle. The question that they asked me, of all the questions that the students, high school students asked me, is they wanted to know how much what I was wearing cost. They wanted to know the outfit cost. They wanted to know the purse cost. And so I walked away reminding them that the more you learn, the more you earn. And so they were just, I mean, you could see though, the confidence in students, like, I'm going to ask her this question. And they asked it in such a respectful way that I felt compelled that I then started to add up, like, well, let me see, what did I pay for this? It was really a treat. The kids were great. Shout out to Aikens. Really loved being in that classroom. Our next recipient, Lydia Hernandez from Linder Elementary School, which, by the way, Linder, I know, Trustee Zapata, that's in your area. That's a school that also has a great story, because just a few short years ago, that's actually a school that only had a few hundred students. And under Principal Rodriguez, we have over 500 students there. And I know that Trustee Zapata, you've supported a lot of the efforts to help at Linder. And you can see this is another place where the kids were just amazing, just amazing. So Ms. Hernandez is a teacher assistant in the pre-K4 bilingual classroom. Ms. Hernandez has been working in Austin ISD for the past 5 years. Principal Melissa Rodriguez says she loves Ms. Hernandez's focus, creativity, and the care she brings to her students. She's working on her degree in education at Houston Tillotson. She was also so surprised. It was great to see her be so surprised. And Dr. Mays, we've got an assistant principal over there. We got to keep our eye on Mr. Faz Banda. All the kids know him. I told Principal Rodriguez, it looks like she better have a succession plan, because I could see that there was a future principal there. It was great to meet all of them. And the last school that I wasn't able to personally attend today, because we wanted to do them all in one day so they would all know, Mr. Stephen Dunn at Davis Elementary serves as a teacher assistant in resource, scores, and in SBS programs. Mr. Dunn takes pride in his work and pushes to create a learning environment that is both inclusive and welcoming. He's enrolled at Austin Community College and would like to pursue and complete his teacher certification in special education. So I want to thank all of our TAs, all of our amazing TAs, but certainly these who applied and were nominated by their campus leaders. Your support, TAs, of our students and teachers is invaluable, and we are so thankful for all of your hard work. And I also have to thank our Human Capital Department, Darla and the team, because they put everything together, had the schedule lined out so that we could go school to school to school and give our teachers our teacher assistants a certificate along with a little bag of goodies for them. And so it made it very, very nice. And they took the pictures that you see here that are also available. So thank you to all of that. Now, I don't want to let January get away without pointing out that it's National Mentor Month. I want to call out our community partners who provide mentors for 4,735 Austin ISD students. You know, when we don't say the number, we sometimes forget just how many of our students are receiving the benefit of a mentor. So a big thanks to Academy 4, Austin Partners in Education, Big Brothers, Big Sisters of Central Texas, Communities in School, Con Mi Madre, Friends of the Children, Neighborhood Longhorns Program, Project Males, and Seedlings. Thank you so much. I want to thank all of them. They provide 1,000 or more mentors who are volunteering their time to mentor our kiddos. We could not do this work without another amazing partnership with individuals like this. The next honor is meant to recognize one of our beautiful modernized facilities. I know that it's the Doss Elementary community that makes their building truly come alive, not the building itself, but it certainly doesn't hurt that they have been selected to receive the 2021-2022 Caudle Winner Award. This is the highest honor in the annual exhibit of school architecture competition facilitated, because in Texas we compete for everything, right? So there's a competition for this too, facilitated by the Texas Association of School Administrators, also known as TASA, and the Texas Association of School Boards, also known as TASB, for projects that exemplify excellence in planning and design of the learning environment. Doss shares its space with the city park, and the award highlighted their commitment to living sustainably while students learn in a state-of-the-art facility. We also had 3 very well-known schools that also received recognition. I don't want to leave them out because I'll hear from these principals for sure. Blazier, Letty, I'm calling your school out. It's there. Blazier, Go Valley, and Norman Sims elementaries were also recognized. So congratulations to all of our campuses who've done just such a great job of having these beautiful facilities and making them beautiful inside and out, because it is the people that ultimately make a school, but it sure is nice to have beautiful physical facilities as well. And I've got one more recognition. I promise I'm getting to the end, but I saved the best for last. I'm proud to announce that our very own trustee, Ofelia Zapata, was named a fellow to cohort 4 of the School Board Partners. Congratulations. This is a competitive 2-year fellowship that provides professional learning and mentorship to diverse elected school board members. School Board Partners was founded with the belief that every conversation and decision must be grounded and centered in the lived experience of people of color. Their aim is to affect real change in our school systems through equity-focused policy making. Congratulations again to our very own Trustee Zapata. I think that concludes my report.
Thank you. Is it, the next item is their scorecard update?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, on the 3rd grade student outcomes. Dr. Elizalde.
So I'm going to ask part of our team, because I'm running out of breath, to be prepared to take over here. So this is the fun part of our regular scorecard conversations. And in this instance, we also happen to have a scorecard that we also know we're working to ensure that we meet House Bill 3 goals. So this week and today, we are going to be studying our 3rd grade math data, both what's been collected and what we anticipate will be coming forward. So originally, we were looking, we want to make sure that we align these 2 goals. So our scorecard goal, students identified as economically disadvantaged demonstrating achievement on 3rd grade state assessments in math at the meets grade level will increase from 39% to, these are all the areas that we will be working with you, I believe in a work session, so that we can arrive at some interaction as we determine what the targets need to be. We know we've been working with our baseline data. So our baseline data, which originally started from the 2018-2019 school year, where students that were economically disadvantaged were performing, 39% of the students were actually at the meets grade level. And then, of course, March of 2020, we had a disruption in our entire school system. So we don't have any data for the 19-20 school year. For the 2021 actual result of state assessments, you see a decline to 11%. So what kinds of growth progress measures are we going to have in line to help us in both projecting, predicting, and intervening so that we can ensure that we continue to move forward and to progress forward? So we have GPMs 3.1 that will focus on African American students, and then GPM 3.2 that will be a focus on Hispanic students, both of those being groups of students that are double described. So 3.1 are African American and economically disadvantaged, and 3.2 are Hispanic students, also economically disadvantaged. We'll be utilizing measures of academic progress as our internal measure of where we are progressing. On the next slide, you'll see the same information in a graphic, line graph representation. And we did a comparison because all data are relative. So it's really important that we not look at data in isolation, but in comparing to what other groups at the state level is the comparison that we made at this point. So just a reminder, we were only 1 point, nonetheless, we were 1 point in the school year 18-19, Austin ISD, we were at 39% of students that were identified as economically disadvantaged, third grade math. 39% of those were on target or at the meet grade level. The state of Texas was at 40%. As we saw a decline from 18-19 to last year's 2021, you see that the state had a drop of 20 points. We went from 40% as a state to 20%. The district, our district, Austin ISD, for this particular group of students went from 39% to 11%. That means we had a drop of 28 points compared to the drop of 20. So now the gap is actually wider than it was in 18-19, and the overall performance is lower. It is important to note, as we've done in the past, at the state level, 80+% of students were assessed of all grade levels, where Austin ISD tested below 70% of our students. So when we're comparing, we want to make sure we recognize that the percentage of students taking the assessment was significantly different at the state level in comparison to the district level. So what does our beginning of year data look like at the MAP or measures of academic progress? And while the numbers should be and are very concerning, I want to remind everyone, as our team was discussing the data, you see a 4% for African American students at the MEETS grade level, and you see 6% at the Hispanic economically disadvantaged group of students. Keep in mind, when you think about this, these are current third graders. The last time these students were in a full year of school that was not disrupted, they were kindergartners. That was the last time that they had a complete year that was not interrupted, because it was their first grade year when March of 2020 hit, and they left school. And then they had second grade, which was primarily, certainly throughout the first semester, done in a virtual setting that we were all standing up in that moment. We were learning practices. We were trying to hand out technology. We were trying to make the technology work. So I only raised that because, yes, the numbers are concerning. And we also know that our students and our teachers and the support staff we will rise above. So we will be able to take this data and make it actionable. We'll be able to do that in two ways. One will be at the district level in ensuring that we do have a very highly effective curriculum that our students will be able to benefit from at all areas, as well as at the campus level by looking for patterns that may be different at the campus level that are at the district level. We have linked on that one page, just before you go to that, we did want to put our House Bill 3 goals. There's a link for us to have further conversations. There were initial targets set by the board before this entire board came together a couple of years ago. We do think we need to sit together and have conversations about how we set those targets and how we're going to get to those targets. So where are we today? So on the next slide, page 3, what we have been able to put here is that at the beginning of the year, as promised, we're always going to have the disaggregated data all the way down into each of the different student groups. We also thought it was important, as I had asked our team the last time this surfaced, as you all were asking me questions, we said it's also important to know what the N is, because percentages alone can sometimes give us some false senses of success, and can also sometimes tell us, oh my gosh, this is, a train wreck, and while it may not be good, it may not be quite as bad. It's all dependent on how many students are we actually talking about before we draw some conclusions. The same pattern has emerged that all of you have raised multiple times, and that is, there is no way that we can say that race and ethnicity does not play a role in student outcomes. There is no way we can say that. When you see that non-economically disadvantaged students of color, either African American or Hispanic in this case, they are certainly performing better than their counterparts that are economically disadvantaged. However, when you look at white economically disadvantaged students, those students are still outperforming non-economically disadvantaged students that are either African American or Hispanic. We have to continue to challenge ourselves. Does our reality match our vision? And how are we going to get to that vision where there is a disconnect? These are not easy conversations that we have internally, and they are very hard for us to look at as we must present this to you and to our public. But we cannot fix what we do not acknowledge. And so these data are not numbers. These data are individual students. These are our parents' children. These are your children. These are my children. They're our children. And we have to continue to challenge ourselves and to ensure that we're providing all of the supports necessary, because we do know what our children are capable of. And it is incumbent upon us to ensure that we provide that educational environment with wraparound services that allow them to reach their potential, thereby fulfilling the board's strategic plan and strategic framework. Now, we did just finish our middle of the year MAP assessment, and it isn't populated in this because we have to load these documents up so early that we didn't have the data readily available. We will be updating these for all of our public to see, because we can now fill in what you see here in the shaded blue area that hopefully they can show on the screen. We will be able to fill in the TBDs and replace those documents by tomorrow. Do you think we could do that by tomorrow, Dr. Reach?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. That right answer. Awesome. So, what is very promising, what I do want to say is very promising, is that in each of these areas, for instance, because it is, to Trustee Lugo's point earlier, from a strictly audio perspective, it's very difficult to keep this in mind. So that's why I'm saying we're going to post these, and then we can have even further conversation. But I do want to highlight a couple of things. If we looked at African American students that you can see on this screen, and those that were economically disadvantaged, you saw that that was 4% that were on grade level. That is more than double at the middle of the year. It is 11%. For Hispanic students, it was 6% at the beginning of the year. It's more than double. It's now 15%. So I think it's really important that we recognize in just September, October, November, December, our teachers have moved our third grade students they've already doubled the number of students that are now on grade level. The next question that we begin to ask ourselves is, well, how many students are not on grade level but are, and I'm going to use some statistical verbiage which doesn't necessarily align with this particular test, but how many students are one standard deviation away from being on grade level? Because the more student, in other words, how many kiddos are really close to being on grade level? That's really different, and it creates a whole different environment for what kinds of supports teachers need when half of my students are almost there versus 3/4 of my students are nowhere near there. Those are two very different settings. And so I'm really very, very pleased with, of course, shout out to all our third grade teachers, because when you do see this populated, you are going to see just how amazing the work is that they're doing. And I also want to shout out to our curriculum team for really putting together some activities that we're going to have an opportunity to do right now. So much of this on the next page you all have seen. You know, we do think we're in a developing pattern because our middle of year data are saying we're progressing. We have more than doubled the students that are on grade level, and we'll continue to hone in on that. On the next page 4, you've seen many of the same things, but I want to take a moment to really talk about kind of right in the middle, if you do have access to the document, if you've pulled it up or if you're looking and following on the screen with us, the fact that a total physical response, ensuring that students are utilizing as we've had before, the more manipulatives, the more concrete to abstract opportunities our students have, they move away from memorization, which is short-lived, and they move towards conceptualization, which is long-lasting and is transferable, meaning they can utilize those skills and make adjustments in new and different settings, as opposed to I just memorized my multiplication tables. Now, I don't know how many of you all remember this, but I do. We used to have tables, our multiplication tables, there was even a stopwatch. And they used to time us, or we'd time each other. How quickly could we do this? I do want us to recognize that today the students need to do more than memorize multiplication facts. They actually have to be able to explain what multiplication facts represent, not just memorize that 5 times 4 is 20, but they have to give a variety of descriptors of how they would describe 5 times 4. So putting numbers in isolation are not the practices that our students need. Putting numbers in relevant circumstances, in real-world opportunities, are the types of things our students need. All of our students benefit from this, but some students benefit even more than others. That is very time-consuming for teachers to create this. So somewhere near you, you should have, we're going to do a little sample. You should have a little brown clasp envelope with a bunch of goodies in it. Should have some Unifix cubes. Last time we used Cuisenaire rods. And you're going to be able to work. We're going to do this very quickly. You should have some baggies. You should have, in there should be a large print problem. So we're actually going to start with this large word problem, but before we do that, I'm going to show us one other item, and that's what we call our vertical alignment chart before we get to what Mandy's doing. So on our vertical alignment chart, because we talked about this the last time we visited, which is, so what is it, what's our focus, what are the concepts that our students need to know? So remember, this is 3rd grade, and so before we actually get to the lesson, we always want to ask, what's the objective? And so what you can see here is we've got a 3.4K and a 3.5B. You know, those letters don't mean anything really. What's important is, what do students need to know and be able to do? Students need to be able to solve one-step and two-step problems involving multiplication and division within 100 using strategies based on objects, pictorial models, including arrays, area models, and equal groups. Now, all of you told me you remember doing multiplication tables, but if I were right now, and I don't think I can let Trustee Singh nor Trustee Ashe answer this question, but if I were to ask any of the rest of us, can you tell me what an array is? So, most of us, I'm going to take that with a no, and I'm going to say that until I had to be held accountable for this, I did not know what an array is. It is about how we describe the operations that we have to do. And so these are not the ways we have been taught, and in fact, we're still working with many of our teacher preparation programs in helping them to understand. This is, when we talk about, does our vision match our reality? So here's the reality of what kids are being expected to do. And the other reality is that we're not providing, which actually goes back to where we started today, a question Trustee Singh asked about the correlation about experience and outcomes. And so how do we get better? Well, you get better by doing this. And so our team has developed, again, these lessons that are optional. I'm going to keep saying that 1,000 times because I know I still get emails that say I'm being required to use them. So these are optional. If a teacher has a better lesson, we want them to use what they have. So all that set aside, let's start for just a second. And we're going to look, and you can help each other in pairs if you would like, but we're going to look at our problem. We're going to start from a problem-based approach to this lesson. So Mandy sells peaches at a fruit stand. On Saturday, she sold 7 bags of peaches with 5 peaches in each bag. How many peaches did Mandy sell on Saturday? So the first thing I want you to do is look around next to you or at your table. You should see a piece of fruit. Hopefully you haven't eaten it just yet. So I would like for you, especially like Trustee Zapata, we actually put a peach right in front of you. Trustee Singh, maybe you could assist and work with Trustee Zapata. Trustee Boswell, I think we put one in front of you. You and Trustee Lugo can work together. And your silent partners, Trustee Ashe and Trustee Wagner, and then President Rodriguez. Now, the first thing I want us to recognize, oh good, here comes another pupil. So, what I'd like us, so the reason this is really important is when we talk about total physical responses, I want us to think for just a minute, how many, are we sure that all of our kids know what a peach is? We can't make those assumptions. When we talk about ensuring that we have culturally relevant instructional materials and access, it also means we have to know that it's the things that they don't know that become the barriers. It's actually not the mathematics that becomes the barrier. And so none of this should ever be taken for granted. And at the same time, we've heard from many of our families that live in food deserts. So where are they going to get fresh fruit? If we ask some of our third graders, where do peaches come from? Think for 30 seconds what some of our children would say if you asked them, where do peaches come from? H-E-B. Can. Some of them might say from the can, as Trustee Lugo said, from the plastic little cups. So they may have never had an opportunity to touch. I'd like you to touch the peach. I'd like you to smell the peach. We could eat it, but we're not going to. Actually, I think I've got, no, it's okay, really. I'll use President Rodriguez. So the point is this. When we talk about moving concrete to abstract, Concrete to abstract. Concrete, there is no substitute for the real thing. When kids can smell, feel, touch, hear, how do you hear a peach? What could you do with a peach that would help kids hear it? Bite it. You could tap it. You can roll it. There are lots of things that kids can do with this. Why is this important? Because our brain research says that the more of your senses are engaged in any object or process, moves from short term to long term. So here we can help our students understand vocabulary, not because I said define the word peach. And yes, we're talking about improving vocabulary while we're doing math. So I want you to recognize that the whole goal here, and it doesn't mean it happens in one lesson, but the goal here is to go from concrete to semi-concrete. You have semi-concrete in your packet. It could be a two-dimensional, because how many dimensions are in the real peach? 3. So you could go to a semi-concrete, which could be a picture, a black and white, it could be in color. But this looks like a peach to some extent, but can I know that this is a peach if I've never seen this? Because remember that going from concrete to abstract, ultimately, kids are supposed to be able to see this and picture this, but I can't picture what I don't have exposure or experience with. So when we talk about access and why it's so important that economically disadvantaged children of color have access to these things, it's not a small thing. It's a big thing. This can make the difference between this question that we have in front of us even making sense. So then here's my semi-concrete. I could have a semi-abstract, and the total abstract would just be PEACH. When you see those letters, do those letters evoke this? That would be a literary comparison of concrete to abstract. Mathematically, when we get into the problem, a number line could be abstract. So I'm just showing you all of the different tools that we're going to get together. So what I want you to do is I want you to think for just a minute and back to your problem, our problem of practice, one more time. Mandy sells peaches at a fruit stand. I want you to close your eyes and I want you to think and picture Mandy at a fruit stand. What do you see around her? Because she's selling peaches. So what might she have around her? So on Saturday, now you can open your eyes, she sold 7 bags of peaches. So picture a bag and you've got peaches in them. And in this case, we specifically know there are 5 peaches in each bag. So how many peaches did Mandy sell on Saturday? I'm going to give you 30 to 60 seconds to work either in your head or on paper by yourself for 30 seconds before you partner up. What would you do to solve this problem? How do you know, how can you answer the question, how many peaches did Mandy sell on Saturday? Just do it however you would do it. There are no wrong answers. Give you 30 seconds from now. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So now share with a partner for 60 seconds. How did you all do it the same way or did you do it differently? So you have 1 minute. What did you do? did a multiplication. Okay. Not enough. Halfway there on time. Ten seconds left. 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, now, if I were a really good teacher, which I'm not, our teachers are way better. But what we would really be doing is I would be giving you enough time to say, use this and tell me how you would come up with 1. Use these and tell me how you would come up with 1. Use these and tell me how you would come up with 1. And actually, I might even divide it up. Like I might give Trustee Foster, you have to use this to come up with your solution. Trustee Ashe, you have to use Unifix cubes to see then if you all can share different entry points into the conceptual understanding. Because everybody, especially when you say you can't use the algorithm, in other words, you can do everything except 5 times 7, which is exactly what most of us do because that's how we were taught. But the question is, how do you visualize that? There is a misunderstanding that if you can do the abstract, you are rigorous. The truth is, if you can do the abstract and cannot work backwards to the concrete, you actually don't have conceptual understanding. And I think Trustee Foster would agree with me. And that's research-based. So if we'll look at the screen for just a minute, what we see here is you want kids to have an opportunity to talk to you about what they saw so you can actually then change up some responses. So we can say, what if you had, what do they know? What do they anchor their thinking in? So if Mandy sells peaches at a fruit stand, on Saturday she sold 7 bags of peaches with 5 peaches in each bag. How many peaches did Mandy sell on Saturday? And then, well, some students are gonna, well, 7 groups of 10 is 70. Half of 70 is 35. Because they might be able to work with 10 easier than they can work with 5. The one that most people will use is 7 times 5. Okay, but what if I want it to be on a number line? Do I know how to use a number line to say, well, here's 5 peaches once, 5 peaches twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5. I get to 35. And the other one could be, do I need to take all of these and say, here are 5 of them, here's bag number 1. Here's 5 of them, and here's bag number 2. We used to think like, oh my gosh, they have to put 5 together in bag 1. That's actually an indication that they are able to take what's written in words and actualize what the paper is saying. That's conceptualization. Now we have to take it from there to the actual abstract so that I would be able to respond to the question. So you can see that on this particular slide, we're able to demonstrate a variety of different ways in which students could do this. On the next slide, we could use either Unifix cubes, or you might also use what we call tiles. These are the semi-concrete objects that you're saying, pretend that each one of these is a peach. But remember when I started with the peach? It is going to be very difficult if I have never touched, smelled, understand a peach to say that this can represent a peach to me. When we miss that link, instead of getting a worksheet that has 25 problems on them and I'm just completing them, it's about taking one and allowing that to be the discovery of the concept. But it is very time intensive to create these. So we are learning from our teachers who submit and help us write these items, and then we utilize them and get their feedback. So on the screen, you see then tiles, you see the pictures of the semi-concrete. The next slide demonstrates how we might have a conversation about this could be, there are other conceptual skills called skip counting that comes from 2nd grade and even 1st grade. So if a student is struggling, I might prompt and say, what about, could we count by 5s? 5, 10, 15, 20. Kids then are able to make those connections and the representation of what this is. And so ultimately, students learn best by having engaging conversations with each other about how they've arrived at their thinking rather than getting the right answer. It's more about asking the right questions. That's how students ultimately obtain conceptualization. And I'm not sure how much of this lesson I've totally messed up because I just went off and did my own little teacher deal. And so I think lastly, maybe just that you can use these for all different levels. You can take students that seem to be like whizzing through it and you can accelerate it. You can make it more challenging. You can change the problem to see if they understand the patterning. So suddenly I say they don't have 7 bags of 5 anymore. They have 7 bags of 6. What are you gonna do? I love to see, like I'll have kids that'll say, well, all I'm gonna do is I have 1 more in each of those bags, so I'm gonna add 7 because there were 7 bags. And you're like, oh my gosh, they totally get number concepts. We have other kids that are gonna go, I gotta go back to each bag and I've gotta add 1. And now I'm gonna go 6 plus 6 is 12. 12 plus 6 is 18. And they're gonna continue to do that. One is not better than the other. Now, the more that they access the different strategies, that is when they can see a problem and they can find a different solution. That's actually what we want. We don't want every kid responding. We want them to get the right answer, but we want them to do it through what is meaningful, relevant, and the way in which their brain works, rather than, here's an exemplar of what student looks like. We've seen this happen too. We give an exemplar of this is how one student solved it, and then the teacher's teaching, do it like this and like this and like this. We want this to come, we guide the process and we facilitate it. So lots of ways in which we can anchor, we can do. The other last thing I'll say is, this is also excellent. We talked about students of color. We've talked about economically disadvantaged. Students who have different languages, Spanish, of course, being the most popular. That's why representation is so important, because we can do math without knowing English. I can use these items to represent what it is we're talking about. So that's my story. I'm sticking to it, and now we can take questions, of course, from our board.
Thank you, Dr. Elizalde. Trustees, now is the time for us to ask questions on the current vision, and our goal tonight is monitoring and ensuring our reality matches the vision presented. So when asking questions, we should try to focus on the data presented, asking questions about who, what, why, and how. So trustees, Trustee Ashe.
First and foremost, President Rodriguez, I enjoy seeing what you do with the manipulatives every time we pull them out. I don't know if you can see this on TV, but he sorted them by color and stacked them. And I really thought he was going to go for the Unifix cubes based on our last one of these that we did.
Having harvested peaches, it's like you got to put them in their order.
So my question, and I asked this because I don't know that I really know the answer to that, and I have had 2 kids go through 3rd grade math in AISD. How or does homework play a role in this that we've just done?
I'm going to let our team handle that awesome question, because they're going to have the right answer.
Well, if kids are experiencing this type of teaching at school, then they already have a conceptual understanding of the the cubes and the different manipulatives, and they'll go home and they'll be looking for something, and maybe they'll use some beans, or they may have some toys in their toy box that they can use. So the whole thing is to really expose students to different types of learning at school, so that when they are at home working on homework, they'll have a reference that they can use, and then look for household items to be able to help them.
Do we offer, so I guess the kind of the even more theoretical question that I have too is, I do know that sometimes homework can be a barrier. And I also know that particularly with math, repetition is extremely important. So how do we, as a district, work those two things out together, if that makes sense?
Well, that's a great question. So the reason that we picked this activity is number operations and algebraic reasoning was the lowest area when we looked at our MAP data, and it was the lowest area when we looked at our STAR data. So I think that's an indicator that maybe we aren't providing students these types of experiences to really dig into the conceptual understanding, and we still rely on the way that we learned it, right? Learning the multiplication tables and the drilling of the multiplication facts. And so this is an area that we need to improve upon. So we wanted to demonstrate what a great lesson this would be and how meaningful it is to spend some time doing something like this versus a worksheet with like 20 questions where they're just, trying to do it rote and, trying to figure it out as they're doing it, versus really trying to develop some deep understanding and really respecting and valuing like learning and engaging and talking with each other about how did you learn it? Why did it like this? And that is so rich for students to really just develop their own learning and their own understanding.
So I'm sorry, I'm kind of coming back to it because I hear what you're saying to me, and yet I'm still trying to figure out if we do homework. I don't know if that makes sense, but do we have an expectation that our kids are going to practice at home, and how does that help, and how does that present a challenge, and are there things that you would need from us, and or like do we need to be able to send President Rodriguez home with these so that he can play with these later, or how does that? I don't know if that makes sense. I'm just trying to.
It sure does, and one of the things I think that's most important about homework is that it should be an extension of the learning, right, that's taking place in the classroom. And so it'll vary from, it maybe varies more than we'd like it to. And it's a conversation that we need to continually come back to as PLCs and practitioners about what do our students need and what can we provide so that they will be successful. But homework should never be that barrier or an increase to frustration of learning. So we think about homework in a way that what can we do at home that's going to be a practice that I can then bring back and demonstrate in the classroom to increase that level of conversation I can have with my peers, right? So if a homework grade is going to hinder my learning, those are the kinds of conversations we need to drill into and really find out, is that a demonstration of their actual learning, or is it a compliance of doing a worksheet of problems? So we have a lot of questions that come up around homework, and that PLCs work together to talk about what is the best practice for what's going to help move students towards mastery, not towards compliance per se, so that we connect, I think, grading and reporting and experience and learning all together in the classroom as a reflection of what's going on inside the learning. So I don't think there's a singular answer to what does homework look like in third grade. I think it varies by student, maybe even by student groups, and what's appropriate based on learning.
And let me add, because I think there's something that I want to unpack that Dr. Bowen-Anderson talked about. So as a classroom teacher, before I have homework, I need to have done some demonstration or have had an exit ticket, a demonstration of learning there are lots of ways to do formative assessment, and that word assessment doesn't mean like it was A, B, C, or D. I have to get a sense of my classroom understood this. Now I'm going to send home this for the repetitive practice, because in mathematics, just like in music or theater or anything else, practice doesn't make perfect. Perfect practice makes perfect. So we have to make sure they're practicing the right things. So you don't want to send kids off to go practice until you know that they actually have an anchor for the work that you want them to work on. And so I think that's why Dr. Bound Anderson's talking about it's going to vary depending on, I might have thought I created this lesson and I'm like, I'm ready, I'm going to send kids to do this homework. And then as I'm doing my monitoring, I'm like, it's not working the way I thought it was working, so I'm not going to send this homework home. The other thing is something that I've missed here just because of sake of time. We have a lot of, we have programs that our students can utilize that adjust to the level that the student is going to have productive struggles. So IXL, which is loaded on our students' devices, once I have them doing this, I then look at my IXL in the classroom and I make a connection, because it'll have all these tiles, but it'll be in a virtual world where kids can move them and do, but it's on IXL. Now I can say, now go do this and practice this, because I feel comfortable that they're ready to practice it. And then that allows them to have that movement again from the concrete to the semi-concrete to the semi-abstract. And it also doesn't mean you have to do it 25 times. We also have research that now says like 3 to 5 times repetitiveness is absolutely the same as back in the day when it was like, you're gonna do 50 problems of these, right? And I'm the kid who would be, oh, then I'm gonna do 60 because I want my teacher to think I'm, better. And then it's like, what was that about? So we have to change again in knowing what kids are expected to know and be able to do. We have to make sure that if that's the vision in the state of Texas, that kids need to know and be able to do this, then we have to make our reality match that we're setting them up to be able to do that work. That's the curriculum alignment piece, that our teachers can do that work. I just don't think they should have to do that work. It is very time intensive. The real craft is in how they make all this stuff actually come to life in the classroom, how they have the students working in groups. And you can see though, like look how much time we took just to do an overview of this. So see how fast that time went. And in a classroom setting, that compared to, here's this worksheet that you're going to do 20 problems on, that a kid is like, all right, I'm doing these. And you have those students that can do that very quickly and are still, so we haven't challenged that student. We haven't taken them to a higher level of thinking. And then we have some students that are going to struggle with this abstract worksheet, and we're not doing anything to support their learning. So we want to make sure that that connectivity of homework is never, you should never be learning something on your own at home. You should be reinforcing what you have already been able to demonstrate that you have some understanding of.
Well, thank you so much for that explanation, because I do think that that is obviously, for me personally, very different than the third grade I experienced. I had the lady with the stopwatch going, you only did 9 and you were supposed to do 10 in the 10 seconds or whatever the timing was. So I am curious as to how that is communicated to parents, and as parents, as a part of the team of educators, if you will, in seeing parents as a partner in what we're doing, and helping them understand. Because I am quite often asked, why doesn't my kid have homework? Or, wow, my kid has so much homework, this is ridiculous. And it does vary from classroom to classroom and grade to grade and so on and so forth. So I don't know if that is, do you see that as something that we are aspiring to do, maybe developing, or?
Yeah, I definitely think that it's an area that that's like, if you will, next on the list. Like, how do we gather some parameters around what homework should look like? How long should it be based on a grade level, based on a course? At the same time, giving enough flexibility, once you get into, AP courses and dual credit and advanced courses, like, we're going to have to understand that, beyond that, there's going to be a whole lot of variability, and it's necessary. But definitely at the foundational grades, we do think we need to get some parameters, again, some things that would be firm with and some that we'd be flexible on, and communicating with the parent. And I also want to make sure that what I'm not saying is it's not helpful to have quick fluency in numeracy, because students who don't have that fluency in numeracy that can recall the facts pretty quickly will easily get into non-productive struggle because they're struggling so much to do that. It really is a both and. It's not an either or, but in order to anchor the work, when you start this, I don't know if it's ever happened to you, but all of a sudden I'm at something, trying to do something, and all of a sudden I'll just use this one, 6 times 7, and for whatever reason, like I'm blank, I'm like 6 times 7, oh my gosh, what's 6 times 7? But I'm able to go back and go, well, what does 6 times, I do remember 6 times 6 is 36, that one's easy for me to remember. Now I'm gonna add 7 to the 36, oh yeah, it's 42. And then all of a sudden, like it comes back to me. That's what we're wanting to have happen. If kids don't have, it's like reading fluency, right? If you don't have the fluency developed, you will end up still creating problems for children. So I don't want anyone to think, if there's parents watching us, if there's teachers, it doesn't mean don't work on the multiplication tables. It does mean let's make sure that we're creating an anchor for our kids so that they can actually experience a success, and then the numeracy will come with the fluency.
Thank you. I appreciate that. The only other question I have is in relation to the report that you gave that we are looking at. And I realized, first of all, thank you for filling in a couple of the blue blocks, because you were like, oh, we're going to populate it. And I was like, can we populate it right now? Like, I wanted to see where that map data was going. So thank you for giving us a little, what would you call it? A sneak peek at some of the data that we might be able to see tomorrow. And I heard you say that we had doubled, more than doubled in 2 of these categories. I then started to look below, and I just had a question that popped in my head, which is, at what point or where do we move from developing to on track? Is on track meaning we are at the goal, or is on track meaning we're progressing at the correct rate?
Yeah, if I recall our training with our consultant with AJ, on track just means that we are on track to meet the goal. So we're gonna use the GPMs 3.1 and 3.2 to say, as we're moving, do we as a system have evidence that says, based on how we're doing on our GPMs, I think we will hit, let's throw out a number right now. Let's say that our goal for 21-22, because we haven't had this conversation, but let's use this as an example. On the very first page, goal 3, the last time our students took that assessment, right, was this past year where we were at 11%. So what if we said our target was 30%? So I should be saying, based on our GPMs, that's where I can tell you, like right now, I'm still, even given the good news, let's say the number was 30, I would not say we're on track yet. When you see the numbers, I'm still gonna say we're developing. I'm feeling really confident about the developing, moving into on track, but I would not be comfortable telling you we are on track to hit 30% of our 3rd graders that are economically disadvantaged being on grade level when they take the state assessment this spring. Does that help with that question?
That is very, very helpful. And so then bringing my 2 questions together, are there things that you need from the board to move us closer to on track? What is it that you would need from us to, or are there additional things you would want from us to see that move?
I think you hit a key component, and that's in every opportunity that you have when you're meeting with parents, to be able to provide them some of your experiences from our conversations to help them in case they're seeing like, wait a minute, I'm used to worksheets. My kid is coming home with something different. Or on the other hand, some parents saying, I'm concerned, you know, is it okay that they're doing this? What do you, and encouraging them to work with their campuses, because the more they work with their teachers and the principal, the more that this becomes the partnership that we know our parents want with our teachers and our campuses, and it allows us to improve our processes. So I think just increasing the dialogue from your position as a trustee is so powerful, that anytime you're at PTA meetings, anytime you're at a gathering, and you're gathering either feedback or providing them some responses, and then having them dialogue either directly with us or through you, will help us to continue to see are we doing a good enough job of communicating what our expectations are and how we want to support our success for our students.
Great, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Trustee Ashe. Trustees, other questions? Trustee Lugo?
Let's see, so I have a couple of questions, and this has been really great dialogue. I appreciate all the questions you asked. Got me thinking and looking on the internet. So kind of just to stay on the topic of homework, I'm wondering too, as you all start to, once you get to that point and start to think about, what does that look like at the lower grade levels versus secondary, kind of, and I don't have the answer for this, but just throwing it out there for consideration, like what kind of, is it guidance around scaling, right? So, and I don't have the right pedagogical terminology for this, but, scaling to me means, okay, I've got a class of third graders, and Johnny, he's doing good, and so I know his family. I know what they're dealing with, and so I'm going to tell his grandma, maybe he lives with his grandma, this week, can you do X, right? So like one thing, because grandma doesn't have time to do all of it. So it's like, can you do that one thing with Johnny? Versus Susie, these are terrible names, I'm sorry. So Susie, and she, she's always finishing the assignments faster, and she, kind of gets bored, and so she gets in trouble, and so it's like, so you talk to Susie's, whoever the adult is in her family, and you say, this week, here are a couple of different things that you can do. Here's a homework assignment that we've got for the class, and here's some extra stuff that you can give to Susie, because she really likes math. So I'm wondering if that's what you all are kind of looking at or considering, or maybe that's been done in your other experience, in other settings.
So I think first there has to be a whole group conversation district-wide with our instructional coaches, our principals, just around the philosophy and the research around homework. Because there's extensive research about homework, and most of the time you don't know who did it, and you don't know what it actually represents. Then there's another philosophical approach to homework that is, where do you get your repetitions in, and how do you teach responsibility? How do you teach kids to be prepared for college, career? So and sometimes people see those as diametrically opposed, and I don't see them as opposed. I see them as there's some characteristics of each of those that are valid. And so I think the level you're describing is still all the way down to the relationship between a teacher and the students that he or she serves, and personalizing it with us providing guidance around, here's some things you can do to extend what learning can look like for students who need more challenges. And that's actually a really great place for where like IXL could come into play for someone like Susie, who's like, because IXL is an adaptive software. So as Susie is like, she's getting through all the multiplication that are in relevant settings, it will actually then take her to another skill. So you don't end up with students necessarily all needing to be in the same place. It can be related, but you're going to see that IXL will absolutely make those adaptations itself. But you as a teacher actually can pull down that data, and you're able to then continue to grow those students in those areas. There's been a lot of delay in us recognizing that mathematics is actually not that different from reading in terms of it's also can be done in small groups. You also can have students, just like you have reading groups, you can have math groups. You can have independent work, you can have centers where students rotate through the work. So we're not there yet. Some of our teachers are, I want to be very clear, some of our teachers are masters and they're already doing all of the things that we're talking about. And we also need to continue to support them because it's, forget outside of a pandemic, just given any other time, this is very taxing work to do, period. And then you add in a pandemic and it's like, okay, never mind. So I don't think we're where you're at yet. I think we still have to have like larger systematic conversations. And then after we get like, here's the firm part, now here's the flexible part, and then that goes down to the campus level. And then what's the flexibility level all the way down to the teacher? So that we make sure everybody gets the good stuff, but that we don't become this formulaic, robotic, everybody must do. And I think that is like, that's that tension of how much is too tight and how much is too loose. I know that didn't actually answer the question, but
No, that's
the
helpful.
reality of how I see it.
Yeah, no, that's really helpful. And I look forward to kind of seeing how that develops within the administration conversation, and then ultimately, the conversation we'll have as a team of 10. So a couple of other questions. So I'm thinking about math fluency versus math automaticity. I am not good at math automaticity, and for the same reason that like when I hear something, like I need to write it. So when somebody says, "Oh, well, what's 1027 minus 324?" That's a easy math, and I'm like, So automaticity, no good. Fluency, yeah, I can do calculus, right? And so when we're thinking about third graders, especially, and I know, some kiddos, they freak out because of the timing of the test, or how quickly you can do this. I've even heard from parents that say, my kid woke up this morning and said I had a dream about the time test, and so how do we strike that balance between, we know automaticity is a necessary skill. What are some strategies to help students get there? And I think so kind of that big question, and related to that, like, what do you see that we're doing well? And then what could we continue to work on and do better around those two?
Let me take the first part, and then I'll let the team answer about like what are we doing well. I'd like to take the first part. So it is a balance. You don't want to stress the automaticity and sacrifice conceptual development. And actually, you're only going to get automaticity if you actually can have the conceptualization. They actually go hand in hand. But one of the things that we've done is we don't want to emphasize the time for the sake of time, even though it is now a timed assessment. So what you actually do is very similar to the way in which one would train, let's say, to run a marathon. If we were going to go run a marathon and you're trying to do your best time, we would not all get up right now and say, let's all just go run a marathon. We're all going to run, 26.2 miles. If we were even able to finish it, well, maybe you all could, but if I were even able to finish it, I'm thinking, what am I going to be feeling? I'm going to be feeling sick. I'm going to be, what am I going to feel like the next day? Everything's going to hurt. It is going to have been such a negative experience because I wasn't prepared for it. I am not going to get up the next day and go, I really want to go do this again. And I say this because we really did learn from this, the old days when I was a principal, where it was like, let's go give them a full-blown test. Maybe it didn't happen here, but it happened in other districts where we would give a whole test at the end of each 6 weeks, and kids would have had like stuff on there that hasn't even been taught because we're trying to get prepared for the test. And it's such a negative experience that I'm like, and it was timed and I didn't finish it and I feel frustrated that the next time you give it to me, do you think I try harder? No, now I'm like turned off. I'm not enjoying this. I'm not having any fun. So instead, we want to create wins and we want to build the stamina while building the automaticity. So what does that look like? Well, that looks like the very first common assessment that we gave had 10 questions. And it was timed, but we weren't like, it is timed. It's like we create a window that we're like, this is a reasonable amount of time, with the exception being that students who do have 504s or are receiving special education modifications, that we would align those to that. But separate from those, and then you only assess what you have taught. And you assess it in a variety of ways. Everything isn't always A, B, C, D. There's some free responses. And then you look at student work. You don't actually evaluate, did they get the right answer? You evaluate the processes of how they arrived at those responses. Then you work together to embed that in your next instructional session of the next 6 weeks. So then lastly, here comes the second common assessment. Well, now it's 20 problems if we were talking about, let's say, mathematics. And so we want to be able to build success. It's much more difficult to get to building up over time the automaticity when that's the focus. So what you do is you monitor your students, you're taking anecdotal notes, and you're like, this group of students was able to meet the time frame. I'm going to let these other students finish even though the time went over, but I'm going to remember in my head they were struggling a little bit with the time. So what am I going to do? What areas were they struggling with? Back to really the example you gave, Trustee Lugo, is how do I then personalize what I am going to work with that student on? Because not every student needs to do what these 2 or 3 that we're struggling with the time on. I'll work with them on that. So, but until we actually recognize that it has to be more of about a building upon success, ultimately, truly, when you do analyze what students need to know and be able to do, as much as sometimes it pains me to agree with a few of the things with the state assessment, there is sufficient time for 85% of our students. But if I'm one of the 15%, what does that mean for me? So like whether you're a student needing modifications, whether you're a student in a 504 plan, we need to continue to ensure that we're getting those modifications and build those in from the beginning, right? Like you don't wait until the day of the test to suddenly build in modifications, because then all year long I haven't been using my modifications, and now the day of the test, well, I don't know what to do with the modifications now. So those are the things that from whether it's dyslexia, whether it's a 504 plan, whether it's a student receiving special education, we need to make those adjustments. What areas do you think you could answer the question Trustee Lugo asked about? What are we doing well in? What are the areas we need to focus on?
I think one of the neatest things we're going to see after we get the map, the reports fully back, is map really tells you 2 things. It tells you about achievement and it tells you about growth. And so, and speaking from a very personal experience, you can have a student who is maybe low achieving, who has extraordinary growth. And what MAP allows you to do is to look at those areas of strength. And so one of the things I see going really well is clearly our teachers are drilling in and looking at what are those strengths and working with those to help students make growth in a way that feels good, right? And so that's another thing that you mentioned that I really thought was powerful, which is the fact that academics and social and emotional learning are so very connected, right? And so when we're doing a speed drill, it might be something to examine, whether that is actually testing the math mastery, or is it testing our, some kind of social and emotional comfort with a particular kind of task. So I totally agree that the personalization really is key here. And if all our signs point to celebrating the progress along the way, it's about being able to have a conversation. These kinds of number talks that you engaged in today is an example of creating the flexible thinking, the fluency and the number sense, so that speed comes, right? Eventually, and automaticity comes. But there are no standards that say, do as many problems as fast as you can. And so I think that our teachers are having real success in having more meaningful conversations with students about number sense. What else would you add?
Thank you. And I think just something for me to continue to read up on and learn about is like, what does that look like in the higher grades too, right? Because I'm one of the things I looked up is the Google effect. Have y'all heard of this? So the Google effect suggests that because for those of us who have access to the internet, right? So lots of caveats, but basically what the Google effect is, because we know that we can look up information, we're more likely to forget information, and how technology then has impacted both how our brain works and what we memorize. And so then I started thinking about calculators, and then I thought, well, why was I good at calculus, but I'm cruddy at automaticity? So anyway, so I'm connecting all of those pieces as I was listening to Trustee Ashe about homework and third grade. So like I said, I don't know if that's something that will at some point come before the board. Like, well, what does math mastery look like in secondary? But that's something that I think certainly I would be interested in.
I'll just add to that, because I did do extensive work with regard to, there was a whole series of concerns when we moved to graphing calculators into the classroom. And honestly, it did not produce, I would say it was not aligned with the Google effect study. In fact, it offered access to kids who had been struggling with some rather rudimentary type of operations, who could problem solve and could do differential calculus and conceptualize it, but couldn't always remember some of the operational sides of what numbers needed to do. And some of that is surrounded around, right brain, left brain people. And what's really interesting is at the elementary level, when you're doing mathematics, even in kinder and first grade, and I'm sure you all remember, it'll be like 3 plus, and there's a box equals 4. Well, if you replace the box with a letter like X, you now have 3 plus X equals 4. That is why number operations is actually related to algebraic thinking, that is algebra. Algebra is a numerical representation utilizing letters to substitute for numbers, right? Geometry is the graphical representation of what those numbers are doing. But you'll often hear kids who are actually very artistic tend to be pretty good at geometry. Kids who are very abstract tend to be pretty good at the algebra side, and then sometimes we don't allow them to connect those two things. And in fact, what we learned is if you let kids use geometry that are struggling in algebra, they actually can improve their algebra by using their spatial reasoning as opposed to their numerical representation. And so it was very similar to your first question about like timing and tests, and maybe you've heard about the Nintendo effect. And that was one of the first studies that talked about kids, why do kids do things over and over and over again, even when they're not being fully successful, yet if you give them homework, they don't want to do the homework? And the study found that there were two critical elements in the Nintendo effect that we now know are good instructional practices. One was kids always knew that when they like lost all their money or coins or whatever, obviously I'm dating myself of which games I remember as my son is now 29 years old, but was the fact that the kids are like, I always knew I could start over. There was always that, so the reflection piece of the research was, it was a do-over. In other words, even though I lost everything, what did I really lose? I get to start all over again. The second part of that was, I got feedback all the time. The whole way, you're either, it gives you, like, right, like it gives you a ding, or it gives you you win a little extra point, or, so there was, as you were progressing through your levels, you're getting feedback. So the most important things, which now we also know translate to us as educators, is if you're gonna come into my classroom, I just need you to give me some feedback. It's true for us as educators, and it's true for kids. The feedback component is more important than really pretty much any other part of that process. It's like, it is that feedback. So that immediate feedback and the opportunity to say, I get to start all over again, rather than, oh, I failed this test. So even though I'm going to redo it, this failure doesn't go away on my grades. Whereas in a game, okay, I failed, so what? It doesn't, it's not on my permanent record, for lack of a better description. And so I find it also really fascinating as we connect all of these different types of studies that sometimes we think are gonna have some similar patterns, but because they're engaging different parts of our brain, they produce something different than what we originally, the original hypothesis was.
I don't know if y'all wanted to, did y'all want to add anything to that one particular piece? Because I got more. So that's really, I love that. And I love the example that you gave about geometry and students who gravitate toward or have more skills in art and geometric, kind of like spatial thinking. So thank you for that. A couple of other things. So, so I thought about reading tutors, right? And I know that we've got those kinds of partnerships. And then I heard you talk about math groups and reading groups. And so, and I'm sorry, I should know this, but I don't. Do we have math tutors, a partnership for math tutors in the lower grades?
So we do the tutoring through the House Bill 4545. We have the tutoring companies that we recently brought before the board. But do we have like outside partners that volunteer to come in and do specifically for math? I'm sure there may be at some schools. I don't know that we have any like big partnerships with anybody that does that.
Okay, I don't feel so bad then for not knowing. And then two other things. As you, Dr. Bowen Anderson, as you were talking about growth, I thought about, it would be really cool, and maybe this is already happening or already kind of in the hopper, depending on which campus you're at or what teacher, but do y'all know how often are students being kind of recognized for academic growth? Because my kiddos brought home, the little ribbon that says AB honor roll, but I'm also thinking about our other son who, we're just really celebrating that, the growth that he's had fall to now. And it's like, how are we doing that for students? And is there, again, is there a district kind of expectation? What are y'all seeing, especially in your walkthroughs? So this is kind of for all y'all. How does that happen, and how can we do a better job of really kind of acknowledging the importance of growth?
Yeah, so we've really been pushing the messaging around making progress personal and really the focus on growth versus absolute performance. But I do know, speaking to a parent recently that was telling me about the wards assembly that she attended at her school, and how disappointed she was that there were a lot of kids that weren't recognized. So I don't know that systemically we've built that in and really communicated clear expectations that we should be celebrating our students, so that those students who aren't, at that high level, but they're making growth, that we celebrate them and encourage them, so that they feel empowered to keep working at it and to keep growing. But I don't know that systemically that we've done that across the board. No.
I would agree that we don't have that systemically, and I would also, I would submit that some of this is, each time we do want to make some systemic moves, we're constantly asking ourselves, how far and how many moves can we make? We get a lot of pushback, and so adding one more thing to now we want this now. So we are, some of that is about managing the change and managing the transition, and where are we in our sphere of change management. So these are excellent points. And then I just, want to again submit for consideration that some of this has to do with, like, okay, how much of this do we take another bite from the elephant, or how much do we just kind of like hold up? Ultimately, like in an ideal world, when we keep asking about, does our reality match our vision? Does our vision match our reality? It should be something that students, at a minimum, from beginning of year to middle of year, like I should be able to come home to you as your child and be like, look, I progressed from here to here, and here's my chart, and here's how I'm doing, and here's the area that I'm really strong in, and here's the area that I'm going to be working on. Some campuses that I've visited, I see it like it's there. And then some other campuses are still putting those things in place. So we're with you. We want to get there. We're not there yet.
Yeah, no, thank you. And like I said, just a question kind of to have out there in the universe. And yeah, I've seen that too. Some teachers are really great about kind of calling out those growth areas. So yeah. And then my last question is, and this will probably be a common refrain from here forward, is like thinking about, and not, we have to do it now, right? But thinking about how, going forward, we're getting feedback from students. So, I think I mentioned in a previous board meeting, students have a lot of information to give us, even if they're in kinder or pre-K or seniors. And so one of and I have a house of 3 kiddos, so they're like my little little science experiment in some ways. And so my kiddo who's, working on growth, I said, well, what would make math easier? Like what would you like to see? How would you like to get assessments? And I am not at all, let me preface my next sentence by saying I'm not at all saying that this is what we should do. I'm saying this is what a 7.5-year-old said. So he said, what would be really neat is if before I can punch somebody on the computer, I have to solve a math problem. And so, Lord help us, right? Like I'm not advocating for that, but just the idea of, what motivates kids, what are they thinking about, what can help them in their learning journey. And I don't necessarily think that, each teacher alone can do, that's a lot of work, right? But I think systemically, how do we build in those opportunities to really recognize and pull in student feedback, not just in surveys, but, I just really, I know, and I don't know if I've said this in this forum before, but every human, regardless of how old or young we are, has autonomy. And if we partner with each person, I really believe that feedback can help them academically and intellectually, so, and lots of other ways as well. So anyways, I don't know if that's student feedback, basically.
And I do think, even though you said beyond surveys, I do think, though, there's a lot of value that we haven't we would have access to gathering. I love the student feedback piece. I think we can utilize Panorama to do some student surveys at the classroom level. And that way we could get, and they're designed for different grade levels, and we can again select certain questions that give us certain information. And then in general, what we would do is, in a system this large, you do your survey and then you pull your randomized sample and then you go talk to, so that what you don't do is you're not pulling together one very specific group of students, because you're not gonna get a cross-section of what everybody's dealing with, right? But if you do a survey in such a way that then allows you to do a randomized sampling and you get a cross-section, then we can do some of the interview survey components coupled with what we got at the survey level holistically, and then we can really utilize that to, I think, address exactly what you're talking about. So we really love that idea. Again, like you said, not everything right at once, but we definitely want to start utilizing student surveys at the classroom level, and then do the interview survey type with a sampling of a randomized sampling cross-section.
Thank you, Trustee Lugo. Trustees, I just want to do a time check. We're at 10:38, and I just want to see if you're okay with us just doing one more question. If I think Trustee Boswell, you have a question? Okay. I just want to make sure. Any last questions? Okay. So, yeah, Trustee Sabata.
I'm glad you mentioned, Dr. Elizalde, looking at the homework piece, because my granddaughter stays up till 2, 3 in the morning, and she is wiped out. I don't know how teachers are given assignments, but there've been times where she turns it late, and she goes, well, when will I get it back? She goes, oh, I'm not gonna grade it, it's just tardy, so you'll lose so many points. So she says, I spent so much time to do my homework, and then they don't even grade it. And so, that's a lot of stress on our kids. So if there's something that, as we begin talking about homework, to see what is really helping our students. The other piece was, how do we connect what we're doing during the day to the extended day? Because a lot of kids don't go home. They go to the after-school program. How can that reinforce what you all are doing, what the teachers are doing during the day? Because that's an investment that we could really take advantage to. And it's enrichment, it's not tutoring, so it's really providing them the opportunity, like for some kids who never saw a peach, to be able to experience enrichment, and because they've never been able to afford to go to a camp, but they can tie in reading, writing, and math with some of those programs.
Yes,
So-
ma'am. We know we have you all raised such great points. This is an area that not only do we need to, this is an area that we are prioritizing right now, because it is also the area that can create a big bridge to support the classroom, what is happening in the classroom. So I'll just, and it does require us to ensure that we're supporting whoever we're partnering with. But let's take that example that we just talked about. Like, you could actually allow students to create, like, well, let's pretend we're having, we're doing a, oh my goodness, I'm thinking about when we go to sell fruits and vegetables. They do one over here at the Burger Center that I go. Farmers Market. Okay, so Farmers Market. See, but so we set up, like, let's do a farmers market and let's create our own, and so that you are doing the reading, the writing, but you're doing it in a real contextual environment, right? So it's not a homework sheet that you're gonna do, because this is not, like, if homework sheets in isolation were gonna create equity, then all of our schools would have been outstanding a long time ago, because we've been doing, and we've been putting pressure on campuses for years that if you weren't doing well, what you needed to do was to do this, even though teachers were telling us this isn't helping my kids, but we were telling teachers this is what we wanted them to do. And so I know that this is really different, that that's not the direction that we know. We agree with them. So I know that Dr. Mays is working on like which we need to target from an equity perspective to your question, like where are the students needing that support the most, and for us to get started in that particular area. So I know that we are working on that this spring for implementation for this next school year, and then gathering the data that will show us this is why it's really important. And within that enrichment, like even doing dance and music and cooking and art and ceramics, orchestra, karate, yoga, all of those things are the things that help kids understand vocabulary, not because I'm writing the definition of and studying, like I'm thinking, I learned about some of the composers, not because I liked music, but because I was studying ballet. And through ballet, right, we're going to use Tchaikovsky to do this. And I'm like, who's that? But so it created that purpose, and then you end up learning about it because our kids are curious. And we have an innate way of somehow killing that curiosity by making stuff be like, it's like we got up and we're like, how can we create the most boring thing for our kids to do? And so I know that the team is working with that, and we'll work with all of you, but we'll get the data that will support, like, this is why we're going to start at these schools. So thank you for that question as well. And the homework, it's a big deal. We're going to start tackling that one too.
Thank you, Trustee Zapata. Any other questions? I know the only question I have, Dr. Elizalde, is whether or not, I'm going to ask this on behalf of the trustees, whether they can take home the peach or not, or do they have to return it? Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I want to thank the trustees and Dr. Elizalde and the team for all the dialogue. And as part of our commitment to monitoring, the last question is to ask if trustees accept the report presented tonight, and if not, to ask if this is still the right strategy for the district. So trustees, if you wouldn't mind raising your right hand if you're ready to accept tonight's report. So thank you, trustees, for taking part in this shared commitment to students and student outcomes. We are now going to move to public testimony for items on consent agenda. Members of the public wishing to participate in the public testimony portion of our meeting called a dedicated AISD phone line in advance of the meeting to sign up to speak in person or to audio record their remarks. Tonight, we do not have anyone signed up to speak in person, and we have 34 community members who left a recorded message. So we will now play the recorded message for public testimony, so please listen carefully.
Hello, my name is Jennifer. I'm an AISD school district mom and wanted to express concern over the schedule changes proposed. I would urge you to vote against it and go back to the drawing board and find a schedule that works. As usual, you have failed to consider working parents who actually pay the taxes that fund this district. So please vote against the schedule changes, go back to the drawing board, and try to find something that works for everyone. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tamara Russell. I am both an AISD employee and parent of 4 children in AISD at the moment. I am calling in reference to agenda item 14.1, the extra 2 days for staff. I greatly appreciate that y'all are considering our needs for a break and just the time to regroup. I strongly encourage custodians to be considered in this collection of people. They are our lifesavers. They are quite literally our lifesavers. They are endlessly working, and they deserve those 2 days off just as much as we do. Please consider the custodial staff when you are voting for this agenda item. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Laura Sitter, and I'm an AISD speech-language pathologist. I was just calling to add that I would like custodians to be considered in the agenda item 14.1. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Hello, my name is Shannon Donahue. I'm an employee with the Speech Language Services Department, and I'm also a parent of an AISD student. I just wanted to express thanks
for considering giving staff 2 extra days on February 11th and March 4th. However, I also had a concern that custodial staff is not proposed to be included in that. And I personally feel that they would be able to take care of their deep cleaning duties at other times, and that they, above all, deserve those days of rest to have off as well. So I would ask that you consider including custodial services staff in those 2 extra days off. Thank you so much for your hard work on behalf of all AISD students and staff.
Hi, my name is Louise Johnson, and I'm addressing Article 14.1. And I was just wanting to make sure that you vote on all staff getting a 2-day break, including custodians, TAs, of course, and office staff. We're all working very, very hard. I'm a special ed TA. We're all going above and beyond this year. So I think we all need a break. And so custodians definitely also need this. I hope they are included. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Christy Keppel. I am a teacher at Cassis Elementary. I am strongly advocating for the custodians to be included in the 2 days off that are on the board agenda tonight. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ann Garrigan, and I'm a 3rd grade teacher with AISD. I just wanted to say that I think the custodians should be included in the 2 additional Fridays off if the board votes to take those 2 Fridays off. They've been working just as hard as the teachers, and I know at our campus in particular, our custodians have been short-staffed all year long, and they definitely deserve a break.
Good evening. My name is Kim Batty Ancilla. I am a speech language pathologist with AISD for over 24 years now. This is regarding agenda item 14.1. I am advocating that custodians be included in the 2 days off that teachers are getting this school year. I work at Cassis Elementary and Houston Elementary, and our custodians are top-notch. They deserve everything that teachers get for all of their hard work. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Casey Davis, and I'm a special education teacher at Cassis Elementary. I'm calling about agenda item 14.1 to advocate for custodians being included in the 2 days off that teachers are getting this year. I think that custodians work incredibly hard and that they deserve this time off too. Thank you.
Hello, this is Joshua J. Zapata. I'm a PE teacher here at Josephine Houston Elementary, and I'm calling for agenda item 14.1. And custodians are already criminally underpaid, and they really are the lifeline of our schools. And I'm really asking that we do the right thing and also give these 2 days off to the custodians who work so hard and really are the blood and backbone of our schools. Thank you very much, and have a good day.
Hi, my name is Cheryl Burleson. I am a teacher in AISD, and I am advocating that custodians be included in the 2 days off that teachers are getting this school year. Thank you. Oh, that's agenda 14.1.
Hi there. My name is James Ryder. I am an SBS teacher at Cassis Elementary. I am calling regarding agenda item 14.1, and I am advocating that custodians be included in the 2 days off that teachers are getting this school year. They work hard. They work extremely hard, and they deserve that time as well. So once again, this is for action item 14.1, that custodians be included in the 2 days off that teachers are getting this school year. Thanks. Bye.
This is Patricia Jones, instructional coach, Houston Elementary. This is in regards to agenda item 14.1. I am advocating that custodians be included in the 2 days off that teachers are getting this school year. Thank you.
Hi, I am Linda Chapa. I am a parent and a teacher, and I am advocating that custodians be included in the 2 days off that teachers are getting this school year. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Alba Rubio. I work for the custodial team of AISD, and I'm advocating for having those 2 days off that everyone else is having. The teachers are also having them. So my vote would be that custodians need to be included in this these 2 days off that everyone else is taking. Thank you again. My name is Alba Rubio, and I work for the district and the custodial team. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bretta Kelly. I'm a teacher within the Austin Independent School District. This is regarding agenda item 14.1. Calling to say that I am advocating that custodians will also be included in the 2 days off that teachers are going to be getting this school year. Thank you so much.
Hello, I am an administrator in Austin ISD. This is in reference to Article 14.1. School Board, I am asking you to please seriously consider these 2 days for all staff. Every year, the New Yorker puts out a cartoon for the 70th day of January because this month always feels like we are stretched too thin. This year, it is especially true. For every teacher helping maintain the academic and mental health of all students, for every office clerk documenting attendance, for every administrator contact tracing, and for every custodian keeping our buildings safe and clean. We are stretched too thin and need these 2 days between now and spring break. These Fridays will allow for the reprieve that we are so desperately asking you for, and it'll be an expression of your understanding of our current context and where we are at. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patricia Chapa. I work for Austin AISD. I am calling about the agenda item 14.1, and I would please have you consider having the custodians please be included in the 2 days off that teachers are getting this school year. Please consider the custodians as well as the teachers. As we say in the teaching positions, it takes a village. Well, it takes a village also in the schools, in our schools, and all the work that they do. Please consider the custodians and include them as well as the teachers for the 2 days off. Item 14.1. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Hello, my name is Sky Howell, and I'm a parent of a second grader at Menchaca Elementary, and I'm calling in regard to item agenda number 6.1. Student performance cannot be adequately and equitably addressed in the current state of Austin ISD schools. We're heading into our third year of pandemic-leading learning for everyone, and it's time for a universal tiered mitigation response that includes a hybrid virtual option in stages 4 and 5 based on surge levels. Utilize instructional designers to create grade-level self-paced curriculum for students who are in quarantine. Our school communities need a coordinated response to ensure that students are healthy and ratios are safe and legal. We also need to ensure that ESSER funds cover budget shortfalls so that the teachers in the middle school level won't have to move to a 7-8 schedule. This adds significantly to their load and decreases student support and opportunities for engagement. Students who are in special education right now aren't being supported adequately or within legal parameters. We've been waiting on an evaluation for my son since October with no communication from anyone in special education. We must prioritize the crisis we are in and shift resources away from new and increased assessments that do not adequately measure the student experience at this time. Thank you for your support.
Hi, my name is Mick Hopkins. I'm a pre-K teacher in AISD. This is regarding agenda item 14.1. And I'm advocating that custodians be included in the 2 days off the teachers are getting this school year. Thank you.
Juliana García, estamos llamando porque creemos que es muy justo que les den el día a los custodians también, los 2 días que nos vamos a tomar off los maestros. Thank you.
This is an English interpretation of Juliana Garcia's message. Juliana Garcia. We are calling because we believe that it's fair that you also give a day off to the custodians, the 2 days that we, the teachers, are getting off. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kenneth Brown. I'm custodial worker for ISD, and I want to be included in the 2 days that's going to be off. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Álvaro Hernández, soy custodio en Cassis Elementary School y estoy hablando solamente para votar para que se incluya los custodios en los 2 días off. Muchas gracias.
This is an English interpretation of Álvaro Hernández's message. Good afternoon. My name is Alvaro Hernandez. I am a custodian at Garcia Elementary School, and I'm just calling to vote to include custodians in the 2 days off. Thank you.
Hi, this is Angie Marchman. I'm calling from TA Brown as the art teacher regarding agenda item 14.1 or 14.1. And I just wanted to say that I am advocating that custodians be included in the 2 days off that teachers are getting this school year.
Hi, my name is Sarah Sela. I am an Austin ISD special education teacher. I am calling in regard to agenda item 14.1. I am calling to advocate that custodians be included in the 2 days off that teachers are getting this school year. I think it's only fair. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Annette Rodriguez, and I work for Austin Independent School District. This message is regarding the agenda item 14.1, and I am advocating that custodians be included in the 2 days off that teachers are getting this school year. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Laura Lee Jewin, and I am calling to advocate about our custodians having the 2 extra days off in the spring this year. I don't believe there should be any reason that they should be the only group that's singled out other than the main office downtown. Custodians should have the day off as well.
Yes, Bonnie Knight, traveling art educator for Austin ISD. This is in regards to agenda 14.1. I am advocating for our custodians to be included in the 2 days off that AISD has suggested for this school year. These dedicated people work their hearts out to keep our campuses clean, and I think they should be rewarded accordingly along with the educators. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Julia de Alba. I'm a parent support specialist in the North Vertical team. I am calling in regards to the agenda item 14.1. I'm just advocating for the custodians to be included in the 2 days off that teachers will be getting this school year. Thank you and have a wonderful evening.
I am calling to advocate for the custodians to be included in 2 days. That is item 14.1. My name is Becky Torres.
Greetings. My name is Kimberly Keaton. The agenda item that the Board of Trustees named the baseball field at Anderson High School the Willie Wells Field. I am a librarian, archivist, and a fifth-generation cousin of Willie Wells. I believe that this monument that is being proposed to be placed in my cousin's name will set a precedent in the city of Austin in regards to giving back to the Black community, as well as continuing on in the pursuit of excellence in teaching the history about African Americans in sports. Thank you.
Hi, this is Martha Olivo, and I'm calling for the Article 14.1 that it's for those 2 Fridays that they're going to give off to the teachers and staff. My name is Martha, and I'm a head custodian. So I was calling because I consider that us as custodians, we need those 2 days off too. I consider that we are tired the same way the teachers and the staff are. And they were saying for deep cleaning, we do a deep cleaning every single day. We disinfect chairs, tables, all the touch points. And I was just calling to just say that we deserve those 2 days off.
My name is Jane Armstrong. I'm the Communities and Schools Program Manager at Oak Springs Elementary School in Austin ISD. I'm calling regarding agenda item 14.1 and voicing my advocacy that custodians be included in the 2 days off that teachers are getting this semester. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Laura Mai. I teach at Navarro Early College High School, and I'm calling in regard to the proposed days off for teachers, February 11th and March 4th. One of the issues I have is that on March 4th, I'm going to be required to chaperone my students at a state competition. I will not get paid for that day. CTE will only pay for 8 hours of chaperoning if we do it on a Saturday or a Sunday. Will there be an option for those of us that have to work for different reasons on those proposed days off? Will we be able to make up that day, or can you all consider a makeup day? I propose March 11th would be a really good day instead of March 4th, since it's connected to spring break and a lot of people take off that day anyway. A lot of students will be absent. Please consider March 11th and or a makeup day for teachers so that we can truly get a day off to rest and relax, if that is actually what you would like for us to do. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
This concludes public testimony. Trustees, are there any questions or clarifications? Trustee Lugo?
Dr. Elizalde, can you remind me, is now the opportunity to ask for you to provide a little bit more context behind how the 2-day off came about?
Yeah, I think given that it's an agenda item, but I guess it's listed, is it listed as a separate item? Looking for 14.1.
Yeah,
It's on
14.1.
consent.
And actually, when we get to the consent agenda item, Dr. Elizalde has
Then I can, okay.
time to present that, yeah. All right, any other questions or clarifications, trustees? All right, seeing, Trustee Zapata?
So, I'm sorry, did you say we can't ask the question yet?
If there is any questions or clarification you need on the public comment?
Yes.
Certainly.
Oh, okay. So, everybody called about custodians also having the days off. Is that something the staff has considered?
Staff will be addressing that as we get to that item. Do you want me to address that at this time, or Christine?
How about we go ahead and wrap up this portion and then move on to the consent agenda portion, and then there'll be a time for Dr. Elizalde to present that piece, and we can open up discussion at that time.
Okay,
if that works.
thank you.
Okay, thank you, trustees. As a reminder, please feel free to share any general comments or questions on non-voting items with the board by email at trustees@austinisd.org. So now we'll move to the consent agenda. Before we ask if there are any consent agenda items to discuss, I would like to make the public aware of a new item that the administration has added, which is item 14.1, as we've been discussing. Dr. Elizalde, could you please share more information about this item?
Yes, thank you very much, Trustee Wagner. So as you all are aware, we did do some information gathering from our community, teachers, students, and families regarding how could we provide some relief during this very stressful time to specifically our campus-based staff. And this was coming directly in response to many of the multitude and multiple ways in which teachers primarily, but campus-based staff in general, have expressed some concerns regarding the stress levels and keeping up with everything that we already know is typically a stressful career to have chosen, and certainly during a pandemic that has been ongoing for almost 2 years. So I think the challenge that you all consistently and comprehensively and very cohesively ask of me and our team is, to really listen to feedback. And in this particular process, it was through that very urging that you all give us that created some very thoughtful questions about how would I be assured that I would get because our proposals talked about shortening of days so that there would be more days that our staff would be given some time off. But whether you do that in small portions or whether you do that in an aggregate is really a reflection of how many instructional minutes that we're providing our students. And that's the Texas Education Agency portion, that it's not about the number of days that you have in school, but it's the number of minutes. So our team went back to look at the minutes and recognized we had more than sufficient minutes. We could spare some time off for our staff. And so with the questions asked, like, well, my class period, if I'm at a secondary school or even at an elementary school, my students go to music or go to art at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So if we're going to let out at 1 o'clock and we don't do anything, keep everything the same, then I'm not going to, even though I'm going to leave early, I'm not getting what's called my 45-minute planning period. Or if we conversely just shortened the day and everybody had 30 minutes, I would get 30 minutes and everybody else would too on my campus for my planning period, but that wouldn't meet the requirement by law. So we did not, that was the feedback that our teachers gave us. It really allowed us to go back and dive deep and recognize that it wouldn't fulfill the requirements of the 45 minutes. So even though sometimes people may think we already have a predetermined outcome, this is a perfect example of where the feedback created a totally different recommendation. That came from the feedback that we received from our teachers, our families, and our students. So instead, utilizing an aggregate of all of the minutes, we can provide 2 Fridays, full days, where the teachers and campus-based staff that we'll talk about specifically that have come up in just a minute would not need to report to the campus. We do want to do 2 things. One is we heard we need relief immediately. So that's why we wanted to choose the most logical Friday that would make sense, but that would give parents who do have to make alternate arrangements for childcare on those days sufficient time for that planning. So the proposal, just so that the background of how did we end up going from part days to full days. Then the question I think that we heard from consistently from our public comment is, well, which other employees are included? So I just want to be really mindful of, as the superintendent, I'm only authorized to provide some relief of time of individuals who are contracted campus-based individuals. So custodians are classified employees, and if I decided individually that we were going to give them time because they're hourly classified employees, that would create a gift of public funds. However, we have brought to you before and are in fact going to suggest some adjustments to the resolution where you all, and you did this already, I don't know if y'all remember in the summer we said we're only going to have them work 30, I don't know if it was 38 hours, I think, but we're going to pay them 40 so that they weren't having to, it was, I think, it affected certain days. If I'm correct, Jacob, you might refresh my memory on how we did that. That was so that they could work, not have to do this 10-hour
10-hour days. It
Right.
they were 9.5-hour days.
9.5-hour days, because we recognize that this 10-hour days in the summer, because we want them to have the opportunity for a 4-day work week like everybody else did. And so you essentially approved a similar situation. So in reflecting, we want to make sure we make that adjustment. There is no reason for us to ask you if you want custodians included. We know what the answer to that question is. What we are asking ourselves right now is we want to make sure we include all of campus-based staff, not just the custodians, because we also want to make sure that it would affect our cafeteria workers. And I think Ms. Stevens probably has a few, and Dr. Reach have a few of those employee categories. We want to make sure we get it right and inclusive this evening, so we will make an amendment to the resolution, or we will probably, I guess, ask for an amendment to our resolution that the administration is supporting. But I would like to turn over to Ms. Stevens to make sure we have all of the categories. And I hope I'm being clear in that I have to make sure that it is the board who's adjusting the time for classified employees rather than the superintendent or the school district, because if it's coming direct, we can still include it in there, but it has to be an action of the board. Otherwise, I am doing a gift of public funds, which would be a violation. So we can do it. We just have to make sure we have it worded correctly, and we'll double check that. But I would like, Ms. Stevens, make sure, can you and Dr. Reach list all of the individuals? Because the goal here is that our campus-based staff are those who are like, they're in the trenches, they're doing the work. And so we agree wholeheartedly with all of the comments of our public comments that we heard this evening. Ms. Stevens, can you list those categories?
Yes, so the hourly employees are non-exempt, is how we classify those on a campus, would be your custodial, your food service, your teacher assistants, and your clerical staff, which would include your administrative assistants and clerks, and then your data processors at secondary. So it's all what we call all of your non-exempt staff. And so we are revising, or we have a revised number 3, if that's what you all choose to do.
Trustee Singh? Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Rizal, anything else you want to?
I just want to re-emphasize that the administration would welcome an amendment made to the resolution to include all of the campus-based employees that Ms. Stevens listed, and that includes custodians along with those others.
Thank you. Trustee Singh?
That's so great to hear. And I did have one quick question, which was just wanted to make sure. So, like, would we incur any cost by doing this?
So, I mean, technically, I could tell you how much it costs us to pay them, but that's really a misrepresentation, because if they were working, we've already budgeted the salaries to pay them, right?
Okay.
So it is not an additional cost. Like, but and I'm glad. Thank you for asking that question, because so it's like, well, does it cost us money? Well, I guess technically it costs us money because they're not actually coming to work. But we were already budgeting it that they were going to get paid. So there is no new cost added to the budget because we're doing this for our employees, Trustee Singh.
Great.
So trustees, based on the advice of our board counsel, I'm gonna pull item 14.1 for a separate vote. That way we can accept the motion to amend that item. So if and Dr. Estrada, anything else on that particular 14.1?
I just want to reemphasize that we recognize it's still not enough, but just because it's not enough doesn't mean we shouldn't do something. And so we are hopeful that it is received with our thanks for the above and beyond, and that it is and we also hope that it's received from the perspective of now you can stay in your PJs for that day and not have to come for part of the day and then go home. We know how hard all of our staff are working, but specifically our campus-based staff, and I'm thankful to them and thankful to the support of our community, who we are very fortunate to have a community that really respects and loves our campus staff and are always pushing us to ensure that we're taking care of them, as does this board. So thank you for that.
Thank you. I just need a second for that. Yes, ma'am.
I can second. I have a question as well.
Okay.
I have been hearing from some parents who are upset by this proposal because they feel that now they are going to have to look for childcare options. It could affect their work. I just wanted to give you an opportunity to address that, since I know that it's a multi-layered challenge to approach this, but to your point, we're trying to do the best we can to take care of our staff that have the most direct impact with our students every day. So,
we recognize that it does have, for some parents, a very heavy burden, and it is about working to weigh the fact that each time our staff do not get an opportunity to feel valued, that also has an effect on, do we keep our best teachers? Do we lose additional staff? There are no easy responses to this, and I apologize to the parents. This really puts them in a very big bind. We might be able to see which parents we might be able to work with on an individual basis, so that we can see if there's some other alternatives that we can provide some support with. I know that Dr. Mays and his team are ready to have conversations with any parents that don't have any other options, and we will be working so we can set up some opportunities for us to maybe host some of our students whose parents may really don't have any other options. We are very flexible to try to work with some of our parents that are in a very difficult situation. And I ask them to please recognize this is just such a challenging time for everyone, themselves included. No one has been spared the pandemic, and our job certainly is to do our very best, and we'll continue to be as flexible as we can with those individuals. If they would reach out to either myself or to Dr. Mays, we'll be happy to engage in working some resolution. And I would add to that, although it wasn't a direct question, I think we're going to have similar circumstances regarding whether it's this Friday, that Friday, or this Friday or that Friday. And so I ask everyone to take it in the spirit in which it was intended. We won't get a perfect alignment, and we can work with individual situations the best we can. We did hear, we need relief, we need it now, and it needs to be meaningful. So this was the proposal that we came up with.
thank you for that, and it does make me wonder if any of our nonprofit partners would be willing to step forward and help in that way, so that we can give a full break to our campus staff. I also wanted to ask too, in that I also heard some concerns voiced from a number of teachers regarding at the secondary level, the AB schedule. Is that something that principals will have the flexibility to adjust the remainder of their 9-week schedule to balance the days, so that we're not overweighting one versus the other in instructional time?
Principals have had the flexibility of making that adjustment throughout this entire year, and this would be no different. So it would be my expectation that they would make the adjustment so that they wouldn't have an overrepresentation of A days or B days. So the answer to that question is absolutely and overwhelmingly yes.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, trustees. Other questions? Trustee Boswell?
I just have a comment. Just want to give real credit to the administration for listening to what they were hearing from campuses so loudly and taking the time to go out and ask for that feedback, listening to the feedback, adjusting, and I understand no solution is going to be perfect for everybody. And as Trustee Wagner said, you know, it does hit certain people hard and create some ripples. But in the interest of the perfect not being the enemy of the good, I think this is a real good, and I appreciate the responsiveness and creativity that you brought to this. So thank you.
Thank you, trustees. Other questions? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Lizalde. The next question for trustees is, are there any consent items anyone would like to pull for a separate vote? Trustee Foster.
Yeah, I'd request that we remove item 13.2 in order to sort of better understand this individual case. And recognizing that it's a personnel matter, my preference would be that we vote on the remainder of the consent agenda items first, and then go to executive session.
Thank you. Is there a second for Trustee Foster's motion? trustee Singh. Okay. Any other consent items that we'd like to pull for a separate vote? Okay, so I will, so Secretary Singh, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Yes, but I have a quick question first. I just wanted to make sure that we were pulling 14.1 for separate vote. And
Yes.
that was, you made the motion, right?
I made the motion and
Okay,
trustee Wagner seconded.
Wagner seconded, okay.
So we have just to clarify, we have two items that are pulled, 14.1 and 13.2.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I move to approve consent items, and I always mess this up, 9.1 through 9.5, consent items 10.1 through 10.7, items 11.1 and 11.2, items 12.1 through 12.5, and item 13.1.
Is there a second?
Second.
Oh, sorry.
Is it
Trustee
Zapata?
Zapata? I think I heard her first.
Yeah.
So trustees, is there any discussion on any of these consent items that we want to bring up? I'm going to recognize trustee Wagner.
I'd like to read a resolution into the record for item 11.1. And this item is regarding the naming of the James Bowie High School theater that has been part of the 2017 bond projects. I'm fortunate enough to see that theater every day when I pick my son up at school, and it's stunning and a lovely replacement to the woefully undersized old leaking bat-filled theater that the students have been squeezing into for many years. But one of the most consistent parts of that program is one individual. And when the call went out for a name for the new theater, the resounding response from families was to honor a particular individual. And I think as we talk so much in this meeting tonight about how much we value our teachers, knowing how much this individual has touched the lives of thousands of students that have walked through her theater program over 40 years is really, really stunning, and I cannot think of a better individual to name this facility for. So the resolution we have before us tonight is, whereas Diane Betsy Cornwell has been the head director of the James Bowie High School Starlight Theater Company since the school's opening in 1988, making her name synonymous with the program. Whereas Diane Betsy Cornwell has led one of the largest and most prolific theater programs in the state for 3 decades and has devoted hundreds of thousands of hours. Whereas Diane Betsy Cornwell has brought state, national, and international recognition to James Bowie High School and the Austin Independent School District. Whereas Diane Betsy Cornwell has produced almost 1,000 theatrical productions in her career in Austin Independent School District, averaging over 20 productions every school year. Whereas Diane Betsy Cornwell has taught and mentored thousands of students during her tenure in Austin ISD, encouraging them to be fine arts advocates and good citizens of the world. Whereas Diane Betsy Cornwell has represented James Bowie High School and Austin Independent School District as a leader and board member in state and national organizations such as Texas Educational Theater Association and the Center for Educational Development of Fine Arts. Whereas Diane Betsy Cornwell has been committed to creating a culture of fine arts educational stewardship in Austin Independent School District for over 40 years. Whereas Diane Betsy Cornwell has been an advocate of all visual and performing arts for decades. Whereas a preliminary call for testimonials in support of the naming yielded over 200 responses, representing almost 200 families. Whereas there is a precedence of an Austin Independent School District building being named by a living current Austin ISD employee. Now therefore, be it resolved that the James Bowie High School Campus Advisory Council promotes, encourages, and strongly urges the new James Bowie High School Theater be named the Diane Betsy Cornwell Performing Arts Center. And so that's the resolution that was submitted to us by the Bowie CAC, and you can see the great endearment and passion that that campus has for this prolific teacher. So that is what we will be voting on tonight in 11.1.
Thank you, Trustee Wagner. Trustees, any other comments on the consent agenda items? Hearing none and having a motion by Secretary Singh and a second by Trustee Zapata to approve consent agenda items 9.1 through 9.5, 10.1 through 10.7, 11.1 and 11.2, and 12.1 through 12.5, and 13.1. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. And the motion passes by all those on the dais. So we'll now move to those items pulled from the agenda. The first one is agenda item 14.1. Trustee Singh, do we have a motion?
Yes. But I have another question. Are we doing 13.1? I'm sorry, 14.1.
No, 14.1.
Okay, so should I just read, Christine, what you sent me? Okay, just making sure. Okay, I move to approve as presented. Okay, I move to approve the resolution as presented, subject to the revisions made following public testimony and board deliberation.
Second.
I think Rodriguez beat you. President Rodriguez.
Oh, no, I meant, I was asking for a second. Sorry,
you're asking
sorry.
for a second.
Yeah.
I'm
Sorry.
It's getting late.
So let's see. So having a motion by Trustee Singh and a second by Trustee Zapata to approve agenda item 14.1, subject to the, what was the language again? Subject to the revisions made following the public comment and board deliberation. So, I'm sorry, so we have a motion, and is, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. So the motion passes by all those on the dais. So we're gonna move to agenda item 13.2. So the item, what's that? Yeah. So the item is, that we're pulling is 13.2, proposed termination of professional employees during a term contract. Trustee Foster requested this item be removed and discussed before voting. As this item is a personnel matter, the board will move into executive session for discussion. When we're finished with the executive session, we will return to open session and take any motions on the item. And we will now recess the open meeting at 11:29 p.m. and then move to executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, 551.074, 551.072, 551.073, 551.087, 551.076, and 551.071. Good morning, buenos dias. It's, we're now reconvening the open meeting at 12:53 a.m. And I want to recognize Trustee Foster for a motion.
President Rodriguez, I move that the board accept the administration's recommendation regarding the proposed termination of a term contract. This was item 13.2 in the agenda.
Is there a second? Who was it? Trustee Sabata? Okay, having a motion by Trustee Foster and a second by Trustee Zapata to approve agenda item 13.2. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. And the motion passes by all those on the dais. I have one informational item for our community. I just wanted to make sure that they knew the administration uploaded the updated resolution on item 14.1 in case anyone wants to go in and look at that. Secretary Singh, do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
There's a second.
Second.
Having a motion by Secretary Singh and a very supportive second by Trustee Ashi to adjourn, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. And the motion passes by all those on the dais. The meeting is now adjourned at 12:55 a.m. on Friday, January 28th, 2022. Thank you.